try to think them away, but nothing could keep them at bay. And the time I fight, they come right back. Yeah, seems nothing would stop them or last. shine. Don't let them steal your mind away from you. Said if they owed you money, I won't need a penny from you. Oh, you're stronger than you think. Don't let these wounds sting. I promise soon. 'Cause you're 4, 5, 6, sometimes still goes. If your roof is good and your house caves in, then nobody else at fault. Think I did something bad, I did something bad. Never question the hand they had. Say, if they owe me money, if they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. Said, I'm not very lucky. If they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. I'm so very lost. Things hadn't going my way. I've been on both lawns and the grass is greener over on their side. Let me tell you There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can say about it. I tried to meditate about it. I even tried to pray about it. I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode, I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode. I used to lean on my pride, but I don't have any left. I put my heart to the side, I kept it all to myself. Who cares? Playing the cards that I'm dealt. No fair, did it without any help. Daddy taught me well, never be proud of myself. Life was a living hell, I started doubting myself. Something is telling me it won't be clear until I look in the mirror. Something is telling me it won't be clear until I look in the mirror. I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode, I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode. Won't walk around with my head down. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Sometimes it feels like I'ma drown. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Won't walk around with my head down. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Sometimes it feels like I'ma drown. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. I'll let go I've been going colorblind, looking for the silver line. Wish the stars would all align. I've been cursing at the sky, let the rain fall from my eyes. I've lived 1,000 lives. You can't have my heart, you can't hold my mind. I won't stay, I won't change. You can't have my heart, you can't hold my mind. I won't stay, I won't change. Where's the ground? I keep falling off the edge. Lost my ground, now you're heavy on my head. Yeah. So full of love, so full of pride. While I sift through all my vices, like I'm running out of time. You're scorching my mind, propane to the fire, ignite my desire. I can't ignore the flame. You can't
Now you're heavy on my head. Yeah. Where is the ground? Feels like I'm falling. I lost my crown. Feels like I'm falling. Where's the ground? I keep falling. Feels like I'm off the edge. Lost my crown. Now your hair feels like I'm on my head. Yeah. Yeah. The sun is setting on our love. Somehow you kept me. Guess I haven't cried enough. Let me love you down. Let me love you down. I never came over. I'm sober. Let me love you down.
That number.
Was that you, Mr. Myers?
It's working.
We're going to do a quick sound check. Do we have Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes, I'm on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Solt?
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Solt, you're a little bit quiet. Mr. Myers?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, everybody, good evening. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It's 5:02 p.m. Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Member Myers,
Here.
Member Bronga,
Here?
Member Littlefield,
Here.
Member Rivera,
Present.
Member Johnson,
Here.
Chair Constant,
Here.
Vice Chair Zolotow,
Here.
Member Martinez,
Present.
Member Voland,
Happy to be here.
Member Brawley,
Here.
Member Solt,
Here.
Member Perez Verdia,
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
And the youth member is also here, Mika Bell. Thank you. Next, I would like to ask Ms. Zalato, would you please read, oh wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Voland, would you please lead the pledge?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, Ms. Zalato, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and temporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. Zalato. Next on the agenda, we have minutes of previous meetings. We do have minutes from the regular meeting of September 10th, 2024. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
A motion to approve by Ms. Zalato, seconded by Mr. Voland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent if there's no amendment, any objection. I'm seeing and hearing no objection, so the minutes from the September 10th meeting have been adopted. Next, we have the mayor's report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for this opportunity to speak. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate that we are on land stewarded past and present by the Dena'ina people. Let me start by affirming our team's commitment to serve the people of the municipality and work with the legislative branch to move our community forward. Some people may think of fall as a season of slowing down, but things have certainly been busy here in Anchorage. This last week, we welcomed the Alaska Federation of Natives to downtown Anchorage. This year's AFN convention theme was Our Children, Our Future Ancestors. Nowhere was the power of our children clearer than on the dance floor at the AFN banquet Saturday night, where the kids were leading the way. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to join in with AFN this year. We continue to prepare for snowfall on both communications and operations. By November 1, we anticipate having an updated snow removal plan, a comprehensive communications plan, and a unified website for the public to access information during snow events. The I-Team has combed through comments and calls from previous years, so the final product will reflect answers to the most common questions from the public. We are aiming for the website to be ready for prime time by Halloween. That's muni.org/plow. We are also continuing to move forward our proposal for the sale of the Sprung structure to the port. If approved, we plan to invest the proceeds of the sale to address homelessness. We look forward to closing this chapter with a win-win. In the meantime, we are standing up the plan for winter shelter now. A recommendation of award has been put forward for 200 non-congregate beds. In response to Assembly and community feedback about having a sole provider, we are in a negotiation process with a second vendor for 200 additional non-congregate beds. Our administration is also committed to third-party oversight of all municipally funded shelter this winter. Let me take this opportunity to state that we have no plans to stand up a large shelter in the center of downtown as part of our winter homelessness strategy. We know that our community needs more housing, and we are committed to action. Last week, the First Site Access Working Group convened to fix zoning code issues around parking lots and driveways that impede the development of new housing. We are also working up an AO for an updated property tax incentive for multifamily housing. These are parts of our broader strategy to improve housing availability in the municipality, which we'll be releasing soon. And want to also express appreciation to members of the Assembly who have been working hard on these issues and appreciate the opportunities to collaborate. Building the municipal team continues. Maylisa Babb's first day as planning director was yesterday. We're glad to have her coming on and grateful to her predecessor, Craig Lyon, for his service. We also have 2 appointments on the agenda tonight for the directors of health and also purchasing. We continue to make progress on boards and commissions. We've had half a dozen applicants for the new Public Naming Commission and encourage members of the public to apply and get involved. Thanks to the Assembly's legislative staff for including a call out in their newsletter. I want to thank Municipal Attorney Eva Gardner for her op-ed in the Anchorage Daily News last week, addressing the challenges her team in the Municipal Prosecutor's Office are working to overcome. I appreciate the openness, accountability, and commitment to rebuilding the municipality's criminal division. I want to thank all the attorneys and staff on the prosecutorial team who are shouldering the burden to address a systemic challenge and doing so under a spotlight. It has certainly felt very busy in the mayor's office, so we crunched the numbers. It's not just a feeling. Site traffic and contact requests are at an all-time high on the mayor's webpage. July 2024 counts were 224% higher than July 2023, and August 2024 counts were 154% higher than August 2023, higher even than during last November's record snow event. I'm encouraged by all the folks who are reaching out to work together and who want to thank the public for their patience as we continue to work through requests. This week, as every week, it's an honor to be here and do the work of the people. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the Assembly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next on the agenda is the chair's report. I have a brief report tonight. I also want to note that we had AFN in town this week. It was very exciting to see people come from all over Alaska and even the country and some from around the world to be part of the most robust Native gathering, probably one of the most in the world, and for sure in Anchorage in Alaska. The largest representative gathering of Native people in the U.S., it's an honor for Anchorage to welcome the convention. We bear witness to the inspiring work of the Federation to amplify Alaska Native voices in the rooms where decisions are being made. I would also note separately that the general election is underway nationally and in the state of Alaska, and why I report this is because we have an election center at City Hall. I'm looking ahead to the November 5th general elections fast approaching, and early voting is open, and a wave of voters are turning out to our regional elections office and City Hall to cast their ballots. This has the civic heart of our downtown buzzing. As one of 2 early voting locations, the polling location is on the first floor of City Hall, and it's open Monday through Friday, starting this week through Monday, November 4th. It's a very important piece of information. The polling place at City Hall will not be open on election day, November 5th. So please make plans for how you're going to get your vote returned, whether it's at your polling place or at 525 Gamble Street, the election center. Similarly, the Assembly will not be convening on Election Day, which is November 5th, which would be the day for our regular meeting, and so instead, we'll be convening the following day, Wednesday, November 6th. It's a rare Wednesday meeting of the Anchorage Assembly here in Assembly Chambers. You can learn more about the November 5th general election and find polling locations at elections.alaska.gov. Please get out there and cast your ballot. One of the big items tonight is that we have the first round of public hearings on budget. So the code requires we have at least 2 public hearings on the budget. Tonight is the first. Election season rides alongside the municipal budget, which means we're busy at this time of year as we get ready to begin the new year strong. Tonight we'll hold these first public hearings, items 14A through 14G, as public participation is key to the process. If you're here to testify on the budget, and I hope you are, please know we'll do our best to open the public hearings right around 8 p.m. For those of you catching up on the process, it began 2 weeks ago, well, it's several months ago, but we had our first work sessions on it 2 weeks ago with the administration submitting the mayor's proposed 2025 general government operating capital budgets, and we had a very long and productive work session to begin to understand what's contained within the vision of those documents. We have another work session coming up this Friday at 11 a.m. at City Hall, Suite 155, followed by the second public hearings at our November 6th meeting. The Assembly intends to take action at our regular meeting of November 19th on the budget, and we have a number of work sessions scheduled between now and then. First to finish the briefing on the budget, then to discuss potential amendments, and then a final S version. So if you want more information on the budget, you can go to www.muni.org/assembly, or I believe the Office of Management and Budget has all of the items posted on it. Finally, I'd like to welcome Mika Bell, who's serving during tonight's meeting as our youth representative. Welcome back, Mika. We welcome your questions and your contributions to the meeting. Thank you for being here. As a reminder, this academic year, 3 bright young people are serving as youth members of the Assembly on rotation. The other 2 representatives are Kennedy Gray and Bruno Bookman, and you can learn more about the youth representatives at muni.org/assembly. Now I'd like to take a moment to invite the high school students who are here for their government or social studies classes to come forward to the dais and be recognized. It's awkward, but awesome. Come on down. Welcome. What I'd like to ask is for you to just tell us your name and what school you're from and what class you're here from. So, mic. There's a little green button. You press the button, it'll turn the mic on. Bingo. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Ilham Hassan, and I am from East High School. I'm in the 11th grade.
Thank you.
Nice.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Idam Khan. I'm from India. I am a junior and currently studying in East High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Malcolm Locke. I am from Lumen Christi High School, and I am currently a junior.
Welcome.
My name is Henry Picard, and I'm attending Lumen Christi High School as well, and I'm a junior as well.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Saran Howie. I'm also attending Lumen Christi High School, and I'm a junior.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Christopher. I come from Service High School. I'm a senior. Thank you for having me.
Welcome.
My name is Nora Simon. I'm from Service High School, and I'm a senior.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Fiona Wallace. I'm a senior attending Service High School.
Welcome. Thank you, everybody, for coming up and introducing yourself. Probably, my guess is this is most of your first government meeting, and this is your local government. So if you learned something tonight, maybe that you can come here and access your government. So welcome. All right, next to the final notes on my report, just boilerplate that we have a full agenda. I'll do my best to move us along so we can conclude at the most reasonable hour possible. This is a business meeting and we're here to do the work of the people. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers and refrain from personal attacks or speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping unless clapping is called for. On the item, please help keep signs by 8.5 by 11 or smaller. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. If you're speaking and a point of order is called, please stop speaking so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning, and if the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. So with that, I want to turn to committee and liaison reports. So we'll start with Mr. Myers. Mr. Myers? All right, we'll pass on that for now. Ms. Braga.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. The AMATS Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Technical Advisory Committee and the AMATS Policy Committee did not meet this month, apparently waiting to see the response and results of the STIP amendment that's going through the changes and through the paces to get approved. I imagine that once the STIP's reviewed and approved that we will go back to our regular meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow there will be a meeting of the Quality Municipal Services and Ethics and Elections Committee from 12 noon to 1 p.m. at City Hall, first floor, room 155. Only topic on the agenda is the discussion of the committee vision and goals of this relatively new committee. Last week, the Municipal Audit Committee met and discussed the 2023 audit strategy and timeline and got a slight glimpse into the 2024 audit. Long story short, everyone is aggressively working to get operations back on track. The 2023 audit is planned to be completed by March of 2024, and the 2024 audit to get back March of 2025. We're not going back in time. And the 2024 audit to get back on the normal timeline is projected to be completed by September of 2025. Finally, even though Member Solt will give most of the update on Project Anchorage, I just wanted to state that our wonderful legislative staff have created a public website for the proposal that is on the Assembly website under the Assembly Focus on Budget and Taxes page. So please bookmark that page, take a look at it, as we're going to plan on updating that regularly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson.
No report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Infrastructure, Enterprise, and Utility Oversight Committee of the Whole met on October 17th. We discussed the Port of Alaska sprung structure, and that item is before us tonight for action. We also talked about the Port of Alaska Modernization Program, getting an update and talking about the tariff structure. We will be having a special meeting on the 29th of October to for the purposes of, frankly, going into executive session to learning a bit more before we are set to take action on the meeting of the 6th of November around the tariff structure. And then we had an update from AWU on water treatment. And I wanted to flag, so starting the week of October 21st, so this week, AWU is sending out postcards, and those postcards are required because of a new ruling, and they are related to lead and copper limits. We need to just let you all know that although you will get this notice, AWU has no documented lead water pipes and does not anticipate finding any lead pipes, but the updated regulations require the outreach that you'll be receiving in your statements. So no need to panic, just something to check the regulatory box. And then lastly, this was the last Infrastructure, Enterprise, and Utility Oversight Committee meeting I was going to chair, and I am handing over the reins fully to Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee will be held on Thursday, November 7th at 9 a.m. at the Permit Center. We'll have presentations on working with the administration on continued looking at the tax incentives in Anchorage and how we expand those particularly around housing. And we'll also be looking and having a conversation around transit supportive corridors and corridor development. And just a reminder to folks, all of the meetings of the Community and Economic Development Committee are recorded and are available, as is all of our meetings, through the Assembly website, specifically through the Community and Economic Development Committee page. And also, just a word, Chair, I'd like to extend a word of appreciation, if I may, to the mayor and to the administration for beginning to make those rounds to our East Anchorage community councils and to, I'm sure, community councils across the entirety of our municipality. We appreciate your presence, and the direct relationship building, and I encourage you to maintain a healthy presence in those community councils. It matters to the members of our community, matters to our constituents, and it matters to me personally. So I appreciate that, and I wanted to extend that word of appreciation. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Folland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an update first from ACDA and Easy Park. Easy Park has finalized a downtown snow safety plan with the Anchorage Downtown Partnership, Muni Traffic, and Maintenance. Easy Park also coordinated with MOA Traffic to get updated 10th Avenue signage installed on back-end parking in an effort to provide a safe bicycle corridor. ACDA will soon open up the first floor of the 6th Avenue parking mall for transit ridership and the People Mover customer service. The next ACDA board meeting will be on November 9th at 3 p.m. And then I have an update on the recent transportation committee that we had on the 16th. We heard an update from the administration on their ongoing snow removal preparations, as well as acknowledgement of challenges when it comes to snow removal and needed emphasis on creating ADA accessibility. We heard about proposed code changes on the regulation of vehicles for hire. And then very importantly, we heard about the multi-agency report. In response to recent pedestrian deaths, the Assembly asked the administration and DOT to work in tandem to create a report on how things could be improved for safety and to prevent pedestrian fatalities and injuries. And that report was presented at the Transportation Committee meeting. I'm encouraged by the collaboration that's happening and those recommendations that are coming forward around improved lighting, reducing speed where appropriate, public engagement and education, and increased enforcement. So a big thank you to the administration and to our state partners for taking that seriously and for the work that I know is going to be happening around that going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Member Bell, you put yourself in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. With the upcoming election, Anchorage Youth Vote, a nonpartisan...
Hold on. If you want to give a report, I'll come to you. We kind of run down the dais. So let's kind of make our way down. So
Yes.
happy to have that.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Thank
Yeah,
you.
normally the queue is for if you have a question for the current speaker, or if you want to speak on the item before us. No apologies needed. So I have a question for you, Mr. Voland. Can you restate what you said about security in transit? I didn't quite grasp what you said. ACDA, something? Easy Park. Transit.
ACDA will soon open up the first floor of the 6th Avenue parking mall for transit ridership and the People Mover customer service.
Oh, that is great news.
Yeah,
Thank you.
big update. Yep.
Yeah, that is great news. Thank you. Ms. Bradley.
Yeah, thank you. I have two reports this evening. The first one is for Budget and Finance Committee. So the committee last met on Thursday, October 17th. We discussed updates on ARPA funding that the municipality still needs to spend down, our trust fund board. We got our regular financial reports on general government and alcohol tax expenditures as well as revenue. We also reviewed the master lease agreement, which is item AO 2024-96 that will be on tonight's agenda later. And we also identified some items for follow-up at future meetings, including some budget-related issues that we would like to come back to by the end of the fiscal year, December 31st, to wrap up 2024. So our next meeting will be Thursday, November 21st, 12:10 to 1:10 p.m., City Hall, room 155. And I'll just note that our committee meetings typically are not to discuss the FY25 proposed budget. We've already given ample notice about kind of how to participate in those items, but our committee meeting is to continue to take care of the city's business outside of that process.
Next is the Legislative Committee. That committee also met. It was Thursday, October 10th. We discussed the draft legislative program and heard briefly about 2 draft resolutions, that one of which is before us, I believe, and continuing to talk about our priorities for 2025 when we request funding and other policy priorities from Juneau, our state legislature. So our next meeting, and likely the last of the calendar year, will be Thursday, November 7th from 11 a.m. to noon, also in City Hall, room 155. And again, for members, if you are able to attend that one, it would be great because we will be really getting into what is hopefully a close to final draft of the legislative program that will be before us for a vote. But if you cannot make that meeting, then please send your comments in writing. And of course, members of the public, if you have comments as well, we welcome them. And I believe those are my updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So tonight, after a lot of work, we have item 10G10, AO 2024-105, otherwise known as Project Anchorage. So I just want to walk through the timeline that's proposed for this initiative. Obviously, tonight we have introduction Wednesday, November 6th, regular assembly meeting should be the first potential date for public hearing. Then we are seeking a work session on project selection around November 15th, if needed. Then we'll have our second public hearing November 19th at the regular assembly meeting, and a potential second or another work session Friday, November 22nd, to work through an S version if we can capture all the modifications and changes that we get feedback on. We're still seeking feedback, taking that feedback, and are still modifying the ordinance. Then we would target approval by the Assembly at one of the 2 meetings in December in time to make the April ballot if possible. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Chair. No updates tonight.
Thank you. Member Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the youth in the room, Anchorage Youth Vote, a youth-led, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, will be hosting a candidate forum and mock election for the upcoming election this Thursday at 7 p.m. at the Wendy Williamson Auditorium for youth to hear responses from the House candidates and to vote in their very own mock election. Thank you.
Ms. Bronca.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I neglected to let people know that on the agenda tonight is 10G6. Public hearing will be at our next Assembly meeting, which is November 6th, and it is to expand mandatory ID checks at liquor stores, restaurants. Right now, the only place...
Point of order. Mr. Chair, I don't believe we talk about pending legislation as a general matter during committee reports unless it's a big project getting lots of public attention or it is attached to a committee report or goes through a committee.
So is there anything that is notable about the item that we need to hear about before we introduce it?
Well, there probably are people who have opinions one way or the other, and I don't want them to come to the November 6th meeting and not be aware that that's going to be voted on.
Okay, thank you.
I'm done.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, So like, just as an example, we just had Mr. Salt talking about the Project Anchorage because they're asking for a series of work sessions and a timeline. And so there's a slight nuance there, but thank you for the report. All right. Okay, I think that concludes our Assembly member reports. Our committee reports, and I don't think I have anything I'm prepared to add at this time. So, move on to the next part of our agenda, which is the addendum to the agenda. So, the addendum includes items that are prepared the Friday before the Assembly. The Assembly formally goes to these in a motion to incorporate, but before we get to the addendum, we work to address the late on the table items. We do have a handful of late on the table items tonight. All right, so there are couple of supplemental items. Okay, so we'll start with the new item because we only have one that needs assembly action. Tonight, there is a proposal by a member to lay on the table a resolution recognizing October 25th as African American soldiers' contributions to building the Alaska Highway Day, Resolution AR 2024 unnumbered. I believe, Mr. Johnson, you are the one that's laying this item on the table?
Correct, and I move to lay it on the table.
Motion
Second.
to lay on the table by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Brawley. So as it's a new item, we'll take 8 votes to lay it on the table with the purpose of, because it's time sensitive. So you want to go ahead and lay out the case? Time sensitivity?
Yeah, the date this is intended to recognize in the resolution is October 25th, so any delay would, essentially, we'd miss the bus on this one.
Okay, so the gist is if you want to make it on time for the day, it has to be tonight. Okay, any further discussion on that? Any objection to the motion? Lay on the table? I'm seeing and hearing no objection, so that item will be laid on the table. So next are the supplemental items. 10B4A, Information Memorandum, AIM unnumbered, regarding Resolution AR 2024-324, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly urging our state legislators to join other states in restricting the sale of unregulated diet pills and muscle building supplements to youth under 18 years of age in Alaska. Item 10B5A, Information Memorandum unnumbered regarding Resolution AR 2024-325, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly adding bond and tax levy categories to the 6-year capital improvement program in the annual capital improvement budget. Under 10D2A, Information Memorandum, Don Young, Port of Alaska, Sprung Structure Acquisition Proposal. 10D2B, Information Memorandum, unnumbered, Don Young, Port of Alaska, Sprung Structure Acquisition Proposal supporting building safety details. Under the 10Fs, 10F8 is Information Memorandum, AM unnumbered, Administration's answers to Assembly questions. That one's a quasi-new, quasi-supplemental item. And then finally, for item 10G7B, Information Memorandum, AM unnumbered, Exhibit A regarding AO 2024-102. So I think that concludes the laid on the table procedure. So I'd like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Alto. Is that Ms. Bronga? Seconded? Moved by Ms. Alto, seconded by Ms. Bronga. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing seeing none. We have incorporated the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items. Next, we have appearance requests tonight. We do have an appearance request. Ms. Storm, welcome.
This is still on. Okay.
Yep.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Storm. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Education Equity. Thank you, Chair Constant, Assembly members, and Mayor LaFrance for allowing me the opportunity to address you this evening. The Coalition for Education Equity works to ensure the right to quality education for every Alaska child. We are a statewide member-based nonprofit organization that champions quality, equitable, and adequate public education in Alaska. The coalition was formed in 1997 specifically to sue the state over the lack of equitable capital investment in our public school facilities. The suit resulted in $146 million in new school construction in remote Alaska. In 2004, the coalition once again sued the state over inadequate funding for public education. Significant findings came from that case, as well as an $18 million contribution to teacher support. As you all well know, the state has not increased base student allocation to keep up with inflation since 2012. Regardless of the one-time funding last year and many years previous, every district across the state is facing another round of massive cuts and/or school closures. As you also well know, the Anchorage School District educates 1/3 of Alaska's children. And I just want to thank you for taking your obligations seriously by funding your municipal contribution to the CAP every year. Unfortunately, there are many municipalities and districts, boroughs around the state that do not have the contributions that Anchorage provides. A year ago, my board voted to prepare a lawsuit against the state over inadequate funding. It's taken some time to gather the substantial data required to back up a complaint of this sort, and of course, to raise the fund for legal action. The coalition expended significant resources to commission an evidence-based report through Picus and Auden, of which I can provide you a copy. In short, the report indicates that if we were providing the resources necessary for student success, the base student allocation should be $13,995. Our current BSA sits at $5,960, less than half what is deemed adequate. We are failing our children. We are failing our economic futures with such woeful funding. To make matters worse, our governor and the deed commissioner are looking to include in-kind municipal and borough contributions towards the CAP. This will effectively decrease the amount of money that districts receive. Furthermore, the department, that is deed, is currently understaffed to the point where teacher certification. Can I finish?
I'm sorry. Hold on one sec. Ms. Alatal.
Thank you. So I wasn't going to ask you to finish. I was going to ask you to email your comments to us. And then you said that DEED and the governor are looking to put local in-kind contributions under the CAP. Is that a regulatory move or a legislative move?
I don't know yet.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Storm. I don't see anyone else with questions. All right, next we move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, ordinances, and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved, accepted, or introduced by a motion to approve on a single vote by the Assembly. Prior to approval, items may be polled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each item. Under the Assembly rules of ordinances and some resolutions will have the opportunity for at a future date. So we'll start with Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No item this evening.
All right, thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 10B2, 10B5, 10D9, and 10F5.
So that's 10 Bravo 2, 10 Bravo 5, 10 Delta 9, and 10 F5.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. No items at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Boland.
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
No items.
Thank you, Ms. Alatal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A1, 10B3, 10 Delta 4 and 5, 10 Delta 16, and then I would ask on 10G3 that the public hearing be set for December 17th, and that on 10G5 that a correction be made that the public hearing be set on November 19th.
All right, so as Chair, I direct that the public hearing for 10G3 will be on December 17th, and the public hearing for 10G5 will be on November, what was the date? 19th. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Jones.
point of information.
Yep.
There were two other items introduced. I just want to make sure that those public hearing dates are the same as what was published on the agenda. Yeah, it's both of the items. Hold on. Just since the other one was mentioned, it's 10G7 for January 7, 2025, and then 10G9 also for January 7, 2025.
Nothing's changed. That's
Okay.
what they say.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Salt. Are you there, Mr. Salt?
Sorry, yes, thank you. I wanted to change instead of 10B2, 10 Bravo 3.
All right, so Ms. Zalatil has also pulled that item. Thank you. So we're not pulling 10B2.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson.
10A2.
10A2, is that it? Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional items.
Thank you. And Ms. Bronga.
10B4?
Okay, so I'll go ahead through the list. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Myers, anything to pull?
No additional item. Thank you, Mr.
Ooh,
Chair.
we heard you that time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. So, okay, so 10A1 was pulled by Ms. Zalatil, 10A2 by Mr. Johnson, 10B3 by Ms. Zalatil, Mr. Salt, 10B4 by Ms. Bronga, 10B5 by Mr. Salt, then 10D4 by Ms. Zalatil, 10B5 by Ms. Zalatil, 10D9 by Mr. Salt, 10D16, Ms. Zalatil, 10F5, Mr. Salt, and 10G, but 1 second. Could you go and pull that out for me? F4.
10F4, please.
Right. Thank you. So I don't think I missed anything. Did I get everything? I don't hear any objections. So I'll go ahead and ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Bronga. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the consent agenda? Seeing and hearing none, the consent agenda has been approved. So for members of the public, except for the items that were just pulled, all the items on the agenda up until item 11, section 11, have been approved by the Assembly on a single vote. So if you're here for any of those items, then those items have been approved. So go ahead, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I move to change the order of the day to take up item 10 Delta 9 and 10 Delta 16 after 14K.
Second.
There's a motion to change the order of the day to take up items 10D9 and 16 after item 14K, moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded, I believe, by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion on the item?
Very briefly,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, it is two contracts that require the appropriation for the public hearing first, and it is our practice to appropriate the money before we award contracts. Thank you.
And I would offer as well that there's a chance when we get to that part of the agenda, depending on the time of night, if there is time, we would take up the 15s before those items as well, just because they're, for reasons we'll discuss at that time. But for now, this is fine. Is there any objection again to the change of the order of the day? Hearing and seeing none. The order of the day has been changed to take up item 10D9 and 16 after 14K. Thank you. So next we have item 10A1. Item 10A1 is AR 2024-317, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing October as Pedestrian Safety Month and thanking the Center for Safe Alaskans for their pedestrian safety in providing programs and resources to keep Alaskan pedestrians safer. This item was, and recognizing October as Pedestrian Safety Month and thanking the Center for Safe, I think we have a repetition in the language there, sorry. We have an S version, so Ms. Zalatil, you
Move
pulled
to
this in.
approve the S.
Motion to approve by Ms.
Second.
Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any objection to this item? Seeing hearing none, that item has been adopted. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zalatil is reading. If there's
I'm
folks
presenting.
to receive, come on down.
Okay. A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing October as Pedestrian Safety Month, thanking the Center for Safe Alaskans for their pedestrian safety and providing programs and resources to keep Alaskan pedestrians safer. Whereas to date there have been 13 pedestrian deaths related to vehicle collisions in the municipality of Anchorage in 2024, setting Anchorage to become one of the deadliest cities in America for pedestrians with 4 deaths per 100,000. And whereas the majority of pedestrian fatalities in 2024 have taken place on Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities controlled roads with at least 4 lanes and speeds of 45 miles per hour. And whereas at the most recent AMATS Policy Committee meeting on September 19, 2024, AKDOT represented that in response to pedestrian fatalities, it would be working on a plan of action, but it will take a couple of months before it is complete. And whereas changing light and weather conditions in August and persisting throughout the fall have correlated with an increase in pedestrian deaths, and whereas the Anchorage Assembly resolved in AR number 2024-296 on September 24, 2024 to declare October Pedestrian Safety Month annually, and whereas the Anchorage Assembly also resolved to work with the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska to educate the public about pedestrian safety and specific strategies to reduce the likelihood of pedestrian deaths. And whereas the Alaska Safety Highway Office and the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transit Solutions, AMATS, boarded the Center for Safe Alaskans Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Initiatives. And whereas the Center for Safe Alaskans designed and implemented multiple pedestrian and bicycle safety initiatives by providing 21,183 pieces of reflective tape and 200 bike helmet fittings throughout Alaska, successfully reaching new heights with pedestrian safety messaging. And whereas the Center for Safe Alaskans also produced a series of short videos sharing pedestrian perspectives on walking in Anchorage to begin building a culture that respects pedestrians. And whereas the Center for Safe Alaskans has provided free reflective tape to the public, encouraging everyone to consider the visibility of everyone using our roadways as a pedestrian. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that October is Pedestrian Safety Month, which is done annually starting this month, October 2024. Thanks the Center for Safe Alaskans for their efforts to educate the public and continually provide training and resources to make Anchorage roadways safer for pedestrians to navigate, and to encourage the public to think about their visibility as pedestrians and ensure that others see them using roadways and sidewalks, because everyone is a pedestrian at one point or another. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 22nd day of October 2024.
Thank you, Assembly members. My name is Madeline Holdorf with AARP Alaska. I have with me the State Director of AARP Alaska, Teresa Holt, and a member of the Age-Friendly Anchorage Steering Committee, Jim Bailey. And we also have Marcia Howell from the entity getting the award. And I want you to know, I walked here tonight from North Star, and I made it.
Thank you, Madeline. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Just really briefly, first you scared me when I took it off the consent agenda. I thought, oh no, this is going to be something that's going to be a problem. So thank you. First I want to offer condolences for anybody who's been affected by the tragedies on our roads. And I also want to recognize that AMATS and traffic records have been extraordinarily helpful, both with funding as well as support and guidance. And we're just one piece of the whole cog in the safe systems approach. We're just helping people be safer, but there's a lot more that all of us have to do, including, like I heard earlier, keeping the roads and sidewalks clear. So thank you for your support, and we'll keep doing the good stuff.
Thank you. All right, next we have item 10A2, a numbered resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing October 25th as African American Soldiers' Contribution to Building the Alaska Highway Day. This item was pulled by Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the motion? Seeing and hearing none, this item has been adopted. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'll be presenting and Member Littlefield will be reading.
All right, Mr. Littlefield, you have the floor. Come on forward, gentlemen and ladies. Mr. Littlefield.
A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing October 25th as African American Soldiers' Contribution to Building the Alaskan Highway Day. Whereas the Alaska Legislature established in October 25th of each year as African American Soldiers' Contribution to Building the Alaska Highway Day in 2017 on the 75th anniversary of the completion of the Alaska-Canada Highway, ALCAN. And whereas during the early days of World War II, Alaska was identified as a key strategic location, the defense of which would require more personnel and materials that could be transported by sea or air. And whereas the construction of the Alcan officially commenced on March 11th, 1942, an effort that would require approximately 25,000 tons of material and 11,000 soldiers. And whereas 3 of the 7 regiments assigned to the effort, the 93rd, the 95th, and the 97th Engineering General Service Regiments, were comprised of African American soldiers. And whereas the construction of the highway took place at a time of considerable prejudice, when Jim Crow laws were common and opportunities to serve in the military were limited for African Americans. And whereas African American regiments assigned to the project were strictly segregated and often deprived of essential equipment, including bulldozers and other machinery, necessitating the clearing of much of the route using only hand tools, and whereas the construction of the Alcan involved major engineering challenges to include crossing long stretches of muskeg and permafrost, along with significant environmental challenges including mosquitoes, gnats, and freezing temperatures. And whereas over 1,500 miles of the highway were completed in less than 8 months, with the final gap being closed on October 25th, a moment commemorated by the U.S. Army Signal Corps with a photo meeting the bulldozers at Beaver Creek, showing a white bulldozer operator, Private Alfred Jalufka, shaking hands with an African-American soldier, Corporal Refined Sims Jr. And whereas an estimated 30 men died in the construction of the Alcan, and in the words of Captain Edward G. Carroll, chaplain of the 95th Engineers, only those that can really say we have fought the road, who have actually worked with sweat and blood on its construction. And whereas President Harry Truman said the construction of the Alaskan Highway was one of the greatest engineering feats of the 20th century, comparable to the building of the Panama Canal, an opinion that helped inform his decision to integrate the United States Armed Forces through Executive Order 9981 on July 22nd, 1948. And whereas the journalists and photographers documented the project following white regiments, leaving the African-American soldiers' efforts and sacrifices largely unrecognized and unappreciated for many years. And whereas the Alcan officially opened to civilian traffic in 1948, bringing early tourists to Alaska via Greyhound buses, and continues to serve the vital role in Alaska's economy and security. Now the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates October 25th, 2024 as African American soldiers' contribution to building the Alaskan Highway Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly on this 22nd day of October 2024.
Mr. Wesley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Edward Wesley. I'm here on behalf of General Daniel Chappie James Post 34 and Mount McKinley Launch Number 2 of Prince Hall affiliation. To thank the Anchorage Assembly for this resolution this evening, also the commitment to join us on Friday in the Howard Rock Ballroom as we celebrate this significant milestone in Alaskan history. I'm wearing a jacket that represent the Buffalo Soldiers, several of the units that was first stationed in Alaska in 1899, and they were here for 4 years, the first military units in Alaska maintaining the peace in Skagway. Also, those soldiers that fought in the Aleutians to get the Japanese out of the state of Alaska, we want to honor them. And all Alaskans can join us in this occasion this Friday. If you cannot attend, please go to Eventbrite and you might make a donation to support the post. General Chappie James Post number 34, founded here in Alaska in 1978 in honor of the first African-American four-star general in America. Thank you very much this evening.
thank you. Next, we have item 10B3, Ms. Zalatel. Wait, let me read it. 10B3 is Resolution AR 2024-323, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly establishing and adopting a policy to align proportional spending in the 6-year capital improvement program and the capital improvement budget. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to postpone to the meeting of January 21st.
Second. There's a motion to postpone to January 21 by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like some more time to work with the administration on this. We brought it now because for Assembly members in particular, the capital improvement plan and capital improvement budget are something we think about in the fall through the time of the bonds. And then we tend to put it back on the shelf till it comes back. So I think it's important that we have an equity conversation during the time we're thinking about these items, but its intention was always to be suggestions and policy approach for the 26 budget. So we have time, and we do want to spend a little bit more time with the administration on this. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? I'm not seeing any. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion? I'm seeing and hearing none, so that item has been postponed to the meeting of January 21st. We're already planning January meetings, folks. Next, we have item 10B4. 10B4 is AR 2024-324, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly urging our state legislators to join other states in restricting the sale of unregulated diet pills and muscle-building supplements to youth under 18 years of age in Alaska. Ms. Braga, you pulled this item?
Yes, move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Braga, seconded by Member Voland. Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank AKITA, Alaska Eating Disorder Alliance, for alerting me to the problems with muscle building and diet pills. Many of you may not realize that these supplements are, they claim to do things that they often don't do, but besides, along with that, they are often adulterated with products that could have adverse health effects on youth and adults. But under 18, I feel like it's difficult. We think what's on the shelf is safe, and the fact that these products have not been adequately vetted makes them especially dangerous to youth. Some of the things that AKITA has been working on, and I want to thank them for their advocacy to work on youth with eating disorders and body dysmorphia and protect youth from these products. And I wanted to ask Beth Rose, she is one of the president of Alaska Eating Disorder Alliance, just why this came to your attention and why you think it's so important that our state representatives take this on.
Mike is up. There you go.
There we go. Thank you, Assemblymember Vronga, and thank you to the members of the Assembly for considering this resolution. We work, the Alaska Eating Disorders Alliance, and by the way, I'm the co-chair and currently the board treasurer, and we have with us today Jenny Loudon, who is the other co-chair, and Caroline Storm is also on our board, so I just wanted to share that there's a lot of interest in this. We work nationally with other organizations, and this was brought to our attention by a group from Harvard, and this resolution has been passed by 6 other states. It's very important because eating disorders are a very serious and it's a very serious issue. Research that was conducted before the pandemic showed that 9% of people alive today will have a clinically diagnosable eating disorder in their lifetime, and that relates to 65,000 Alaskans. And these numbers were researched before the pandemic. So we know that since that time, rates to the emergency room, especially for youth, have doubled. They have the highest they have the highest mortality of any psychiatric illness, only second to opioid addiction. Locally, the state's Youth Risk Behavior Survey showed that more than nearly 1/3 of Alaska youth reported engaging in disordered eating in 2023. And disordered eating is part of the spectrum of eating disorders. Sometimes it's not, hasn't been assessed yet. But knowing that we have about 1/3 of our youth that are engaged in dangerous behaviors is something we should pay attention to. And eating disorders, despite the stereotype that they affect teenage, affluent, single white girls, actually affect all people of all demographics, and they can start as young as age 5. So, and we know that 77% of teenagers experience body image distress, and that's a major contributing factor to eating disorders. So we should do what we can to keep harmful over-the-counter substances that aren't regulated, like diet pills and muscle supplements, out of the hands of youth. We want to recognize that parents are often best suited to be able to understand what might be in these supplements, that kids may not be looking into this themselves. And the resolution by the Anchorage Assembly is one step that we can take to begin to address the issue by limiting the over-the-counter diet pills and muscle-building supplements. And these unregulated substances can cause serious harm. They can cause injury. They can contribute to an eating disorder starting or getting worse. And the resolution asks our state representatives in the state of Alaska to regulate these dangerous over-the-counter substances. So we hope to build upon the Anchorage Assembly's work by working with other municipalities, working with legislators to pass legislation that will protect youth under the age of 18.
Thank you very much. And I also wanted to call out, as a addendum to item laid on the table was a letter by 5 of the Anchorage Assembly members that were supporting action on this. And I think that's all I have. Yes, school board, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a healthcare provider myself, I am totally in support of this and just want to commend Member Bronga for continuing to bird dog this. I mean, she's been paying attention to this issue since we discussed it long, long ago at a health policy committee and had a presentation from some of the advocates. So thank you, Karen, for bringing this forward. Happy to support it.
Thank you. Ms. Burley.
Yeah, also just want to echo, thank you. I intend to support this, and I appreciate that this is really asking others to take action. So we heard a very brief presentation on this at the Legislative Committee last week, and I know this is something that we can continue to work on as session starts in January. So thank you.
Anyone further on this item? So I also, on this then, hearing and seeing no one else, would like to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection to the adoption of the motion? I am seeing and hearing no objection. That therefore AR 2024-324 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10B5 as AR 2024-325, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly adding bond and tax levy categories to the 6-year capital improvement program and the annual capital improvement budget. Mr. Solt, you pulled this item.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Solt, seconded by Ms. Altel. Go ahead, Mr. Solt.
Thanks. I just pulled this item to hear from the sponsors, the problem that we're trying to solve or what's the impetus behind this resolution, what clarity we're trying to get to. And then should the administration want to weigh in as well, whether this further clarification or breakdown in the CIP program is needed, I'd ask them to weigh in as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for this question, Mr. Stoll. You were a little bit hard to hear, but I captured with a little assistance that you were wanting to hear about the problem I'm trying to solve with this. The problem I'm trying to solve is that we have a number of tools in our toolbox that we may pull out from time to time, and those tools are something that I guess I would like to be included in the capital improvement program and the capital improvement budget because they're often not one and dones. CASA, for example, I think will be something something that has a number of projects over a number of years, and so I would like that called out as a bond category as we contemplate the capital improvement program and budget, because we're looking ahead with these particular items. We're looking not just in 2025, but up to 2030, I believe, this year. Similarly, if we're going to do tax levies, whether it's a fleet levy, a general fleet levy, or a public safety levy, similarly, we've used a tool of a public safety bond. So it's really just getting more specific about which tools are being proposed to be used in which years. One of the laid on the table items has an example of what it could look like, certainly not prescriptive, but I took the maintenance and operations capital budget as it was presented and said, well, what if we had more categories? What would those look like? And then what would that look like as you looked at the capital improvement budget wholesale, really only having made adjustments to that 2025 capital improvement budget on the maintenance and operations line. Lastly, I would just add, I looked at the PM&E budget, project maintenance and engineering, and we do a little bit of this. We call out ARTSA, we call out Subversa, we call out AMATs, but I don't know that we're calling it out consistently for all the projects. There are a number of projects right now that are listed in the bond category, but I don't know if that's the ARTSA bond or a different bond is proposed, or if it's unknown which bond is proposed. And so I think to the extent that specificity can be provided now, it also informs members if they're thinking of additional bond projects or bringing another bond initiative forward, kind of a broader picture of what we can expect to see in January. Thanks.
Anything else, Mr. Solt? Oh, wait, you wanted to hear from the administration, so Ms. Wimp-Pearson.
No, the other half was, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might ask for Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Ona Browse, to come down and speak to this.
Welcome, Mr. Browse. Welcome.
Green button on. Thanks. Through the chair to Member Solt, based on Member Zalatel's confirmation of the intention of the resolution and the goal associated with it to make the bond categories within the municipality of Anchorage more clear, the opportunities to bond and the levies potentially that can be passed, I think we consider this an update to the way the budget is presented that will include additional information as we have created these opportunities going forward. In the interest of sort of more robust fiscal planning, looking forward through the 6-year plan and knowing that those things may be coming towards us is something that we should strive to do.
So don't go too far. I have a couple of folks and I might ask a clarifying question. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate, Ms. Browse, that you're here. I think the answer to my question, which was, can this look different in terms of formatting, because I know it gets challenging when there's so many columns, so I appreciate the sponsor spoke to that already. But Ms. Browse, do you see this as being kind of practical and workable for this this coming budget season, knowing that it maybe could look different, but it's really would be in the spirit of making sure that these are all clear categories? Thanks.
Through the chair to Member Brawley, I believe that the intention behind the illustration of what this could look like, or the fact that these categories exist, might end up being presented in a slightly different way if they are fully vacant of any recommendations or potential future recommendations. They may be included as sort of a subtitle of other bond categories may include A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But I think that with the intent of the sort of illustration, the desire for making the opportunities known and the actual things that are moving known, that updating the list of options is fine, assuming there's flexibility in the actual final presentment of the table. But we'll work with the body and the sponsors in order to figure out exactly what that should look like.
Thank you, and I'll just say my intent would be to allow that flexibility, but I appreciate the intent of this. Thanks.
Ms. Bronco.
I appreciate the clarification of what, and that this may just help line out things, make it clear. I do have a little bit of concern that it feels a little bit like an attempt to again, squash the CASA, and I'm uncomfortable with that. The voters have clearly said that they want to see projects that help with Chugach access, but if it's just to clear out lines and help us see how to budget for the future, and you feel like it's not going to crush a certain program, I'm happy to hear that.
I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. So, yeah, I think it does the opposite. What my hope, I want to make sure what we're getting at with all of this, and we have a shared understanding, is that for these new special funds that are being created and special levies, that we are going to start planning them out into the future so members can see, so we can adopt the plan, so that everybody can predict what's coming, so that it's not just a LRSA deferred maintenance replacement project that we get all pay for a LRSA that just wasn't responsible, or for the levy for vehicles, so we can understand how many vehicles we're planning to buy in the next 5 years, over the next year, 2, 3, 4. Really, does this get us there where we have a plan to annualize our look at what we're planning to buy over the next 5 years?
To the chair, I don't believe that it creates the plan, but it creates a different visual for the planning process so that the public and the administration and the assembly are more aware of what is part of the plan.
Yeah, because I just think that's what's essential for the success of CASA or any other project, is the kind of vetting and the certainty over time that everybody gets to look at it. And so, or life safety bonding. I think we need to start very assertively looking at those projects, but we shouldn't do them one-off because the loudest voices in the room said this is the thing to do. We should do them strategically. That's my hope. Thank you. Mr. Rowland.
Actually, you can take me out. Thank you.
Ms. Zalato.
Thank you. I just wanted to illustrate and share a quick anecdote. We were at the Taku Area Community Council, and I was asked how much was going to be put forward for the public safety fleet and the general fleet kind of on the spot, and I couldn't quickly find them. And I couldn't find them even for this illustration until I went to the departmental capital budget. And so the idea then is when we have a summary, we are much more clear on what we're summarizing for all categories and what the total for each of those categories are. So that's partly what prompted some of this thinking, and it is absolutely not to squash anything, but to be clear on what's the plan. One of the ways I think, and I've included as by example, but as Ms. Browse said, this can take any type of format, but is the idea of, well, fire safety road bond, is that a tool we're using this year, or is it a tool we're using in 26 or 27? Because if we're more specific about the categories, we can start to time those things and be talking about the overall bond package and total amount of debt we're going to be asking the voters to approve. So it's really to capture that full picture so that we can talk about those things holistically. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Question for Ms. Browse. So I understand some of these categories, these are new concepts, and we're still trying to figure out how best to implement them. And also we have a new administration that's getting very quickly up to speed. So this concept, this framework that's being laid out here, assuming that there have been some internal conversations within the administration about how best to sort of manage these new bond and levy categories, does this AR seem to fit with sort of what the administration's perhaps vision or idea might have been for how to go about it, or is this perhaps in conflict with what the administration might have seen going forward, or I'm just trying to see how does this square with what you all might have thought of as how to manage this process, and are we in the right kind of time, if you will, to throw this on you?
Through the chair to Member Johnson, I appreciate the question. Candidly, we had a very similar conversation internally while we were working on the budget, which was, these categories are these 6. Where do we put the fleet levy? How is that represented to be clear and obvious when someone picks up the budget book? It is thousands of pages of content. There, I think you'll see some visual changes within the budget over the next year in particular, but continuing. I see this as the Assembly's offer to say, we have been working on these kinds of bonds over the last few years. They're not represented in the book. Please contemplate how we represent them in the book. And I think that fits right in with how we are trying to envision the budget process moving forward and the information that we present to the public, specifically so that they understand that this is being discussed this year, but in 2 years, there's going to be a larger cemetery bond because it has shifted throughout time, and that needs to be addressed within the next 2 years. I think the sort of breadth of the table is a little challenging just as far as being able to interpret it, but we'll work with that and figure out how to make that the clearest it possibly can on a recurring basis so that people are able to track over time what the build actually looks like in the bond categories.
Okay, thank you. So just to put a little bit finer point on it, this fits with sort of the administration's vision for how you would want to manage the CIP and CIB process in regards to these bond and tax levies?
Through the chair to Member Johnson, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate this coming forward and the opportunity to have a holistic, forward-looking approach. And I guess one thing I think I know the answer to, but I'll just ask the sponsor just so we can have it on the public record. This doesn't preclude a one-and-done type bond from coming forward. Any member could bring something forward and say, this year we're going to try to, bond for X, Y, Z.
Yes, Mr. Volan, that is correct. It would just give you a better idea of what the context in which you were putting that forward in.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I have myself back in the queue just briefly. It's generally speaking not the Assembly's role to decide which bonds get wrapped into which questions. And so that it really does fall into the executive branch. So any project can be brought forward and we can engage in robust conversation with the administration on how we would like to see them structured. But I think without further action and possibly code changes, it wouldn't be our role to say an individual bond for this item only, right? That's like I want folks on the dais to understand that there's a slight separation of powers issue there. And so, Mr. Voland.
So for instance, the restroom bond, where did that originate? I think it was Assembly members who brought that forward.
Right, no, we can originate those items and the administration agreed. And so, but generally speaking, when they're formulating the bond packages, they come to us with that information. Like we say, this is the year one of our CIB. You have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Year one are the funded items. We can move things into year one and say this goes in the bonds. But generally speaking, just to be really clear, these are not traditional powers of the legislative branch to say which question in that way packages up all of these projects. So we can have those conversations in the future. It's fine to do that, but I think there may be code changes needed to do that.
Yeah, I think that would be a good conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's just kind of one of those subtle separation of powers questions. Okay, now we have the main motion before us. The motion is to approve. This is item 10B5 AR 2024-325. Is there any objection to this item? I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Seeing hearing none, this item is passed unanimously. So next we have items 10D4 and 5. So 10D4. Okay, 10D4 and 10D5. 10D4 is AM 838-2024 Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Chris Hunter, Purchasing Director, and 10D5 is AM 839-2024 Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Kim Rash. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. Move to postpone to the meeting of November 6th.
Motion to postpone by Ms. Alatel.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Alatel.
This is so we have time for our confirmation hearings. Thank you.
And we have a confirmation palooza set up for 2 days later this week and early next week. So lots of confirmation hearings coming. So any discussion on this item? All right, I'd like to ask unanimous consent as well on this motion. Hearing and seeing no objection. The motion to postpone is approved. These items will be heard again on 11/6. Next we have item 10F4. 10F4 is information memorandum. So on the 10F4 is Information Memorandum 167-2024 Internal Audit Report 2024-06 Annual Municipal Procurement Card Review. Ms. Salatil.
Move to postpone to the meeting of November 19.
There's a motion to
Second.
postpone by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley. I can speak to it briefly. The intent is to have this item back before the Audit Committee for discussion with Mr. Lee and our purchasing, our financial staff. Mr. Rivera, is that meeting before the 19th?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently, there is not scheduled one, but I believe we are planning one for November, so I believe that should work.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Hearing none, I'd once again like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to postpone? Seeing and hearing none, the item is postponed to the meeting of November 19th, which brings us to 10F5. 10F5 is Information Memorandum 168-2024 Mayor's Real Estate Advisory Task Force Report and Analysis of the proposed rewrite of Title 21 of the Municipality of Anchorage Code of Ordinances. Mr. Solt, you pulled this item?
I did. I thought we pushed this to after 14K with 10D9.
10F5 is relating to Title 21.
We didn't change the order of the day. Yeah, we didn't change the order of the day, correct? Or no?
Yeah, we did for the items that are that we just kind of hopped over, which is
Okay.
D9 and 16. So now we're on 10F5.
Okay, fair enough. Motion to approve?
Mr. Salt moves
Second.
to approve, seconded by
Accept.
yeah, motion to accept by Mr. Salt and seconded by
Accept,
Mr.
sorry.
Crowley. Mr. Salt, you pulled this item?
Yeah, just a few comments. While the AM states that a modified version of the draft code was adopted in 2012, it actually has very little connection with the Clarion Code the task force reviewed. In fact, the task force rejected most of the Clarion revision of the new code, and this is also a review that was done almost 20 years ago. And by rejecting it, it sent a large part of it back to the city drawing board. The remnants of that work are in the general layout of the current code. Other than that, following the task force's report, the Assembly Committee, led by Debbie Osiander, went almost line by line through the existing code and made the changes that they felt appropriate based on the task force report back at that time. So I'm not 100% sure as to why this is relevant at this time, bringing this back forward. If the sponsor could speak to that. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I had not intended to pull this item, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it. And I realized in writing this, I should have made sure that 2005 was in the title, just to be clear that it's not the current mayor, it was a prior mayor, and a prior effort, as Mr. Solt says. My intent with bringing this back into the record is really mostly, so I talk about being a planner. I also have a history degree, so I'm a historian of sorts, or aspiring historian. So I think it's important to go back and understand the process that was gone through and some of the concerns that were raised at the time of the code rewrite, and totally recognizing that the code that was adopted in 2012 was different in some ways, but I think was built on essentially the same scaffolding. And I think as I read back through those kind of broad concerns or recommendations from the developers, the real estate community, the folks who work with property, really brought up some significant concerns at that time. And I think when you read those overall things, recognizing that it was a different time, a lot of those things either in some ways came to pass, or at least are still relevant today for our understanding of what zoning code does or doesn't do. So it is simply an informational report. The full report is linked in that item. It's just an excerpt, and I think it's not so much to say these exact things or these exact recommendations should be put back into play, and again, the recommendations themselves are in the full version, not in this excerpt, but to really reflect back on kind of the process and the discussion at the time, knowing that there was a lot of community discussion about the code we passed, and as we move into, I think, what's coming for the next year or so, probably multiple years, is really having the opportunity to rethink or to improve on the code that we have. So that was the intent. So thank you again, Mr. Solt, for the other historical context.
Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe I would summarize to say that Title 21, as it exists today, exists in the context of all that came before it. It did not simply fall out of the coconut tree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to ask unanimous consent. The motion is to accept. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, this item has been accepted. That's AIM 168-2024. The Vice Chair has proposed that we consider running through the 11s that are on the agenda real quick before we take our dinner break. If there's no objection, I would like to do that. They should go pretty quickly. So next, we have item 11A, which is AO 2024-58, an ordinance authorizing retention of tax foreclosed parcels for public purposes legally described as lots 36 and 37, block 11, lot 53, block 10, and lot 23, block 3, Laurel Acres subdivision. Public hearing was closed 6/11, action postponed 9/10 and 10/22. There's no motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of December 3rd.
Second.
Motion to postpone by Ms. Browley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Browley?
Thank you. This is an item that has been postponed before. Essentially, there is a code change needed because of a recent Supreme Court ruling, and so before we take action on this particular item, which is holding property for a public purpose, the intent is to have an opportunity for that code change to be introduced and then voted on. And so I've been working with the administration on timing for that. The intent for December 3rd is to have an item introduced at the next meeting, this separate item, and then the opportunity to vote on it either the 19th or the 3rd, and so this gives a little bit more runway for that to happen. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the matter? On this one, I'd like to ask unanimous consent again. Is there an objection to the motion to postpone to December 3rd? Hearing and seeing none, the motion has been adopted. Next, we have item 11B, which is AO 2024-46, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly directing the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility to decouple the municipality's access to drinking water from the 1991 Inclusion Fish and Wildlife Agreement. This one has been ongoing for a while. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Move to postpone to the meeting of November 6th.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, second by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I know I promised I wouldn't postpone it again, but this is at the request of Mr. Persinger because he is not able to be here tonight, and AWU would like to be here when we take this up. So next meeting, please.
Is there any objection to the motion? Any further discussion? Seeing, hearing none, I'm going to say that one has been adopted by unanimous consent. The motion is postponed to 11/6. This item will be back for us at our next meeting. So we're going to take all of the next items up on one motion unless there's an objection to any of those nominees. So I'll go ahead and read them. 11C is Assembly Memorandum AM 758-2024, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board of Directors Appointment, Soren Orley. 11D is Assembly Memorandum number AM 759-2024, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board of Directors Appointment, Gregory Larino. 11E, Assembly Memorandum number AM 760-2024, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board of Directors Appointments, Kurt Egelhofer. Item 11F, Assembly Memorandum number AM 806-2024, Board of Adjustment, Michael Rose. And item 11G, Assembly Memorandum number AM 807-2024, Board of Adjustment, Carl Probst Jr. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Move to approve items 11C through 11G.
Second.
So the motion to approve items 11C through 11G made by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Member Voland. Oh, Member Martinez, sorry. Member Martinez, any discussion of the motion? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to ask again on all these unanimous consent. Is there an objection to the motion to approve? Hearing and seeing none, items 11C through 11G have all been adopted by the body. They are all approved. With that, we will now take a regularly scheduled dinner break, and we'll be back shortly. If there are youth here who need a signature, now is a good time to come and get it. If you
Randy Schultz here.
Thanks. Mr. Presverdia?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Myers?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chair.
All right, then it appears we are all back. Why don't we go ahead and get started? Ms. Alto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up 15A through C and then jump into the 14s at H until we're close to 8 o'clock and then start the budget hearings as the chair indicated earlier.
Second.
Oh, and 15D. My apologies, I didn't flip the page. So the 15s jump into 14H and then roll back up when the time for the budget hearings is to start.
Motion to change the order by Ms. Alto, seconded by Mr. Rivera. We would take up all the 15s, go to 14H, and work through the list until we get through it, until 8 o'clock, at which point we would come back to the budget items. I want to reserve 14K and the shelter items to the end if we're early enough so we can manage it, so we can manage conflicts and just get through the debates. And so, but for now, is there any objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing no objection, the agenda has been changed. So for the youth member on these items 15A through C, we don't have the youth member participate. They're relating to alcohol and marijuana licenses. So you can hang there, but we won't be asking you for a vote. And so item 15A is AR 2024-313, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the new restaurant eating place license number 6176 for the Kingsman LLC DBA The Kingsman, located at 611 West Diamond. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Ms. Barley. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Presverdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-313 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15B, which is AR 2024-314, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of distillery manufacturer license number 5462 for Anchorage Distillery LLC DBA Anchorage Distillery. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Yep. Can we call the individual on the phone?
This is John.
Hello, Mr. Blasco. This is the Anchorage Assembly calling with public hearing on AR 2024-314, conditional protest regarding the renewal of distillery license for Anchorage Distillery. You will have 3 minutes. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. Go ahead.
This is John.
Sir, you have 3 minutes to testify on renewal of distillery license.
Okay, start now.
Please.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Anchorage Assembly. My name is John Blasco. I'm the CEO of Anchorage Distillery. I appreciate this opportunity to defend our application. Anchorage Distillery has been operating at 6310 A Street for more than 12 years. We have had the same parking layout and Connex container set up for the last 7 years. On October 9th, we received notice that our license renewal was being protested by the Business Licensing Department due to our ADA parking spot not matching the approved site plan and the Connex containers being next to the building. Our license has been renewed at least 3 times now with the exact same layout and ADA parking and Connex container setup. In March of 2022, the same department and staff member that wrote this protest approved of the layout for our 2022 renewal. The one day in late August that a picture was taken of our property, we had a U-Haul truck blocking the back of the parking lot as we were unloading materials from the U-Haul into the distillery. We were closed to the public during the time.
The truck was there for less than 1 hour. During open hours, we ensure that there is access to the back of the lot and accessible to the ADA parking spot. There is 12.5 feet of driveway access between the Connex container and our neighbor's property line, sufficient for vehicles to drive to and from the front to the back of the lot and access the ADA spot. In an effort to satisfy the department and match the site plan, we installed the required parking signs in the front of our lot on our neighbor's fencing. This caused parking chaos over this last weekend as the cars lined up parallel to our building and halfway into the street. Our ADA parking spot in the back of the lot meets all van accessible parking requirements and has the easiest access to a door that is not potentially impacted by a curb or snow buildup. We have never received a complaint about the location of our access to the ADA parking spot. Relocating the spot to the front of our building will eliminate 4 parking spots in our already very limited parking lot. We do not have the pleasure of street parking for our customers due to our neighbors' excessive vehicle storage, lining multiple streets. We respectfully ask that the Anchorage Assembly overturn this protest and grant our license renewal as it was in 2022 and the renewals prior to that. We have worked very hard to grow our business and customer base, and this change will have an immediate negative impact. We promise to ensure clear signage for ADA customers to notify them of the parking available in the rear of the parking lot. Additionally, it is in our future plans to eliminate 1 to 2 of the Connex containers, but that process takes time as we need to acquire the necessary storage for the contents and have the containers removed.
Sir, your time has expired, but I do have at least one person in the queue who might have a question for you. Ms. Bronga.
Okay,
I don't know if
thank you.
this is the appropriate time, Chair, but I was speaking with Ms. Honest in the municipal clerk's office, and she sent me a message saying that she's received confirmation that the missing certification from land use enforcement has been received, and so the protest will be lifted administratively first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, so I think that that's for the debate once we get through the public hearing. That's okay. Sir, I don't have questions for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate everybody's time.
You do have a question for him, Ms. Brawley? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll get on with this. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
The motion
Second.
to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the matter? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just wanted to follow up on what Member Bronga started sharing, and I had also reached out because I read this gentleman's testimony, and it looked like that the issue with parking was not substantially different than prior. Anyway, so I was just trying to get information of whether what would be the implications of not passing this conditional protest, but also it sounds like there's new information. So maybe I just want to cede the floor and get that information from Ms. Bronga.
If you want to go ahead, Ms. Bronga.
Do you want me to read it again, or?
Yeah, I think it's fine. That way it's kind of after the public hearing and part of this whole
Okay,
record.
so Mandy Honest from the Municipal Clerk's Office has said they have received confirmation that the missing certification from Land Use Enforcement has been received, and so the protest will be lifted administratively first thing tomorrow. Thank you.
So, yeah, so once this document is passed, the way these licensed protests work, they're conditional protests, meet certain conditions, then the protest is lifted administratively by the clerk. So we pass this, then the clerk is able to act. And so that's the effect. I don't think Mandy is available to speak to that, but I think it's good enough to hear from Ms. Braga. And so any further discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed. Wait, hold on. She might be available. It's fine. Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-314 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15C, which is AR 2024-321, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for package store license number 16135 for the Apple 9 Hospitality Management, Inc., DBA Home 2 Suites, Anchorage Midtown in the I-1 Light Industrial District. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Presverdia?
Yes.
All right, on a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-321 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15D. 15D is emergency ordinance number 2024-2, an emergency ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage providing additional financial resources for capital expenditures required to continue to address and repair critical damage to the municipal infrastructure caused by the 2018 Point McKenzie earthquake. Also attached to this is AM 840-2024. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Salatel, second by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Salatel,
Let's approve it.
any input from the administration? Not needed. Thank you. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Presverdia?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, EO 2024-2 has passed the body. So that brings us back to item 14H. 14H is AR 2024-286, a resolution approving an administrative agreement 2024-01 between the municipality of Anchorage and the International Association of Firefighters Local 1264 agreeing to paid maternal leave. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved to approve by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion?
Briefly.
Ms. Salatel?
Thank you. Thank you, administration, for making it happen. Again, long overdue.
Yeah, I second that. Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Presverdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-286 has passed the body. Next, we have AO 2024-86, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly formally dedicating 1.4 acres of municipal parkland, commonly known as Seward Highway Buffer Park North. We also have AO 2024-86S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly formally dedicating approximately 1.9 acres of municipal land, commonly known as Seward Highway Buffer Park North. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the yes.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. The S version, Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am excited that this item is before us tonight. This item is brought with the cooperation and partnership of the Rogers Park Community Council. Just to orient us all, this is that strip of trees you see from Northern Lights down to where it meets up with East Chester, right alongside the highway. It was always meant to be a park, hence its name, when the last highway reconstruction was happening, but never got dedicated as such. I know Parks and Rec Department are working on kind of going through and cleaning up a number of parcels around town for park dedication. The Rogers Park Community Council just beat them to the punch on this one. We did go to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and it was unanimously forwarded on there. What I think is exciting about this is an opportunity to activate a space that is in a really challenging spot. It is one of the last wooded areas along the Seward Highway. It is also an opportunity to work with the community to possibly envision some pedestrian pathways through that space, because right now the sidewalk is literally on the side of the highway. And I know they're interested in looking to seek some funding to illuminate the trees, particularly in winter. This section is one of the few areas that front the highway without a sound barrier wall. So this parkland is the buffer between the highway and the houses. So I would really appreciate your support and approval of this. Rogers Park has long wanted to be able to have this area as parkland. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bronco.
I just want a clarification. I thought I heard you say they want to eliminate the trees, but that's the buffer, so I think I heard wrong.
Yeah, no, they want to preserve the trees, but see if they can't activate the space possibly with pedestrian pathways through the trees.
Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Perez Verdia?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-86S has passed the body. Next, we have item 14J, AO 2024-96, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing one or more revolving master lease purchase agreements in an aggregate amount of not to exceed $100 million for the financing of various capital assets of the municipality. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Salatil.
Second.
Second by Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Salatil.
This is a good deal for the municipality, more flexibility to do what we need and to negotiate to get the best deal we can for each capital asset. We can shop around versus the old system. Thanks.
All right, anyone else? Oh, Ms. Brownlee.
Yeah, I'll just note, thank you to Mr. Falsey for giving a briefing of this at the Budget and Finance Committee on Thursday, the 17th. So if anybody is interested, you can go back and watch the recording for more detail. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Perez Verdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-96 has passed the body. We'll take just a moment, please. So we're going to proceed through item 14K right now. We just kind of got to balance those last two contract questions before we send Ms. Alta home. But for this case, item 14K, resolution AR 2024-312, Ms. Alta.
Thank you. I'd like to declare a potential conflict on my role as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. I do not normally vote on items to fund shelter or that are homelessness related and would ask to be excused, as this appropriation is specifically called out to pay for low barrier shelter and other shelter related services.
And although I do find it a bit attenuated, I would say that the interest is there and it's substantial because of the nature of your work, so you are excused. We don't go far. We have budget hearings. So next we have AR 2024-312, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating amount of $2,390,975 of sale proceeds from the Don Young Port of Alaska for the purchase of a sprung structure to the Area General Fund 101000. Anchorage Health Department to pay for low barrier shelter and other related services. The public hearing is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Ron Oliva, 50 years resident, live in Rogers Park, businesses downtown Fairview, but I'm represented by all of you. Not quite equally, but I am. On this tent, its intended purpose was for a navigation center. And I know, Mr. Constant, you asked for a plan, a plan, a plan. Well, the navigation center that's adjacent to my property by the Brother Francis shelter didn't have a plan. They never contacted the neighbors, nothing. And so the results are, I think, negative. That's the crown jewel. The answer from Houston was a navigation center for housing and services for the homeless, and it's a failure. It's not open after 3 o'clock. It's not open on weekends. But this tent is intended for a mass shelter, which we are in dire need of. And you already spent almost $2.5 million in the groundwork. And so to let that stay in the ground like you shovel a hole and buried the money is inappropriate. And the modification to this facility, whether it's done on the port or back at its intended location, will serve a better purpose for solving the homeless issue in Anchorage. And it would be economical. In a scaled-down, modified version, the funds will be out there. Because what you have done is taken the homeless and spread them across the city. And you've heard from across the city that that didn't work. So a congregate shelter, the economics of scale in dealing with it, you'll get a better bang for your dollar. And this would meet the requirements of the law, and they'll be protected. Because anyone in the city who takes a ride anywhere, it's like you had a big fire and you took little sticks and you went around the city and made little fires that are growing everywhere. And when you put it out, the term whack-a-mole, because right across the street from the Navigation Center, yesterday, a brutal beating that I sent you pictures of, they're not doing their job. So this is not a good economic decision for the port. You're going to give them carte blanche later on this evening. The best use and intended use of that tent is as a homeless shelter.
Thank you, Mr. Leva.
Are there any questions?
There are not. Thank you.
I'll be back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi. Jamie Lopez, East Anchorage, formerly Coalition. Sorry I don't have prepared remarks today. It's one of these things where I was just looking at this real quick, and the discussion is on low barrier shelter and other shelter-related services. My question is, what about all the other people that are outside? Last Wednesday at the Housing and Homeless Committee meeting, Ms. Altel gave a presentation, and at that presentation she said that there were 475 unsheltered people outside, and I kind of, looked at that and I was like, that's not accurate. And Ruth Adolph approached me and she was trying to gauge what my position was, saying that, 2/3 of those have to at least be Davis Park, right? And I'm not saying anything because law enforcement objectives. But with that said, I was feeding close to 350 people a week at 8 camps up until May 31st. And, I haven't been doing that for a couple months. But with that said, the number of 475 is not accurate in any particular way. HMIS, when you're taking data from that and the providers that are doing it within facilities, those numbers are accurate. But with street outreach, basically what's being done is they're setting up a pop-up tent for 3 hours once a week saying, come to us. And not everybody's there at that point in time. People, they sleep, they do other things, they leave, some go to work. And so when they're collecting data, the sampling methodology just is not accurate in any particular way. And then the other 3 days of the week, what they're doing now is doing street outreach where they go to camps that are reported to APD, which then go in our GIS database. And they show up and they say, we're here. And they're hoping that the information is shared at that point in time. But again, sometimes people don't want to share it. Same thing with, Hope team that shows up. Sometimes people don't want to share it at all. So the question then becomes, what is the real number? And the real number is not 475. It's higher. And so, again, this resolution here, it's discussing shelter-related services and assembly or low barrier shelter. But I think you need to start to gauge about all the people that are outside, the hundreds that are going to be left outside, and how you support those people so that they don't get frostbite, they don't die, and that you're trying to stabilize these people so they make it through another year. And I took my money from Coalition last year to try and keep people alive, and I was taking hot food to them during the days. I was going to pantries, taking that food at night up to 2 a.m. I was getting to know the people there, so I know general approximate of real numbers at some of the camps, but I couldn't even get to all of them. And so yeah, basically I think you need to consider that. I realize it's not related to this, but I think maybe you want to send this back to committee or a work session and then have discussion about trying to keep the rest of the people alive. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Voland. Want to speak to it, Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, sure, briefly. I think it's important for us to approve this item, primarily because the fund certs for some of the other contracts that we have before us really rely on the funds from this sale of the sprung structure to the Dongyung Port of Alaska for its new intended purpose. So I encourage approval. I definitely don't doubt that there are plenty of other things that we possibly could do for the winter, but I think this is the plan that the administration has brought forward, and we need to at least be able to fund the basics, and this helps us get there. Thanks.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Yeah, I also urge support, and thank you again to port staff and members of the administration who made sure that we had all of the kind of supporting documentation for this and making sure that it is an appropriate use for this structure. I will also remind the body and the public that while the sprung structure was originally proposed for being a shelter, and there is some work that was done at that site prior, it was still going to be another easily $17 million to actually turn it from, not only to install the structure, to finish the site work, to be able to outfit it with all the fixtures it would have needed, and then of course to operate it was a whole other set of costs. And so I think it's important to understand it's not something that was going to be feasible to happen without several other $1 million that we don't have at the moment. So it is great to see that this is going to another more permanent purpose, and that it's also going to be saving a different cost from the port having to buy a similar structure. So it's great to see, I think as the mayor said earlier this evening, a win-win. So thank you.
Mr. Myers, Mr. Presverdia, then Ms. Braga. So Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask the administration, because I do support this and I want the structure to be moved, and their use of it down at the port sounds great. But we passed as a body on August 8th of 2023, AR 2023-259, a resolution a resolution basically to ask that the remaining pieces of the structure that are sitting in the Eagle River Parks and Rec building be moved. And it was supposed to be done by October 15th, 2023. So I just want to ask the administration on the record, when is that going to be done? I spoke to Becky Wynn-Pearson last week at the work session on this, and she said it was going to be next summer. I'm hoping that it can be done before that, but I wanted to find out if there was a better resolution for that.
Through the chair to Mr. Myers, as we talked about last week, the plan for the port to move forward with construction is to target next summer, which would be when they would be able to affirmatively use all the pieces of the structure or make decisions about where to direct them if they're not going to use all those fixtures that are in storage in Eagle River. That said, with the approval of the Assembly of the sale in place, we certainly can see if we can take an inventory of what's in storage in Eagle River and try to make some first order decisions about those fixtures and what might be useful for the port and what might not be in advance of construction. So we're happy to take that under advisement and continue to explore how quickly we might be able to make that assessment and potentially clear some of those fixtures out of that storage, because I do know and understand that has been something that has been a challenge for that storage space, and that storage space is urgently needed for other purposes.
Right, I appreciate that. I'm just curious because it's been over a year since this resolution. Actually, it was August, and we gave until October 15th, 2023 to get that storage facility emptied, and it hasn't been done. I understand that was a prior administration, but I'm just hoping that I can get a better answer from you guys on when that can be done so that the Eagle River Parks and Rec folks can use the facility that they're paying for.
We went through the chair to Member Myers. We're happy to report back if that would be helpful. Again, we were waiting on the sale of the structure to be approved, so we knew that we could potentially move forward with the use at the port. With the approval in place from the body tonight, we will be able to then look at those fixtures through the paradigm of knowing what we're planning to do at the port. So I'm happy to report back and give progress reports as we move through that process, if that would be helpful.
It would be helpful because from what I understand, a lot of the items that are stored in Eagle River are not even going to be sold to the Port of Alaska. They're going to be displaced in other areas. So, yeah, if you could get back, then I can report back to the Board of Supervisors. That'd be great.
Through the chair, we're happy to report back all of those fixtures. For clarification, all of those fixtures will be sold to the port. The question is really whether the port will use them directly in the structure or not, because I know that those fixtures were designed, were component parts of a use of that sprung structure as a navigation center and not for the storage and operational purposes that the port has in mind. So they will all again be sold to the port, but the port can do that review of whether or not they're going to need them. And again, we'll be happy to report back.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Littlefield and I were at the Board of Supervisors meeting last night, and it appears they were not even aware that this agreement was made between the Parks and Rec director, or a previous director, it wasn't Mr. Braniff, and I'm not sure who the other party was, to allow the storage to be made. So if we could get an answer, this has been a big point of contention for folks in District 2, so I'd like to get that settled for them.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Okay, next in the queue, I have Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just adding my support for this item, I encourage my colleagues to vote for it, and want to share my appreciation to the administration for coming up with what I think is an excellent solution to a really challenging situation. So just thank you to the administration for this, and encourage my colleagues to support it, and looking forward to using these funds to fund some of the vital needs we have coming to this winter. Thanks.
Ms. Bronca.
I wanted to thank the administration for the details of the sprung structure at the port site, and those of you in the audience, we had a lot of concerns about wind if this had been put up at the Elmore site. That area of town, when they talk hillside winds, that's what happens there, and it would have been needing some extra reinforcements to make sure that structure was safe, and where it's going will not be an issue for wind and snow load. So I think this is a great thing to have happen.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none on this question, members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Solt,
Yes.
Member Perez Verdia,
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-312 has passed the body. On advice of council, I would ask for a motion to reconsider.
Motion reconsider.
Second.
Motion to reconsider has been made by Mr. Martinez, seconded by Mr. Boland, and urge a no vote. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Let the clerk catch up, I'm sorry. Surprise motion. That was moved by Mr. Martinez, seconded by Mr. Boland. Again, urge a no vote.
Member Myers,
No.
Member Solt,
No.
Member Perez Verdia,
No.
On a vote of 0 to 11, and the youth member votes
No.
no, the motion to reconsider fails, shall not be reconsidered again. So I'm going to ask members to please, without objection, take up item 10D16 next, because I think that one will be shorter, and it'll get us to our 8 o'clock line with the budget public hearings we have to take up. So 10D16, if there's no objection, is AM 853-2024, sole source contract with Restorative and Reentry Services LLC, RRS, for professional third-party oversight of municipality-operated emergency cold weather shelter at congregate and non-congregate locations. So is there a motion?
Move to approve.
second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera, you want to speak to the item?
Yeah, I guess briefly, I'll just say I am supportive of this and very thankful. I saw her earlier. There she is. Very thankful for RRS for being willing to step into this role now for the third winter in a row. Certainly, in the 2 winters ago, I found this service to be extremely helpful, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to get back to that. Thank you.
I have myself in the queue. I want to invite you to come up, Kathleen. So a couple of questions for you. What are the lessons learned that we should know about and how we should be looking at third-party evaluation? That's the first question.
So my first response is we learned a lot last year about how not to do certain things. And what I mean by that is we have to be transparent, we have to be willing to work together, and we have to be keeping our eye on the ball, which is to serve the clients that we are required to serve. And if we do that, everything else can fall into place. So the lesson that I think we have to have is transparency has to be important for all of us to embrace the certain projects and responsibilities that we have.
I want to be careful with my questions. Is there an implication then that previously there was a lack of transparency?
It's not an implication, it's the truth. If you looked at my final 360 report from last year, that I think it was 16 lovely single-spaced pages, it recognized that there were some communication issues that have to be addressed in order for us to serve this community and the people that we are asked to serve.
And do you believe that structures are now in place to make that feasible?
Yes, I do, and one of the things that I think is important is where the RRS contract is going to be housed as we move forward. And I also feel that we've had some pretty good open communications with respect to the potential operators.
So I guess the gist is, won't be like last year.
That's not only the gist, but I will not participate in a contract that does not move the needle forward.
Right. I think there's plenty there for people to chew on. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one question for the municipal manager, and also I appreciate the opportunity to speak to folks about this before the meeting, but I see that the contract will be managed by the municipal manager's office. Those of you will probably remember that last year the intent was to be held outside of the health department, and then it ended up being there. But maybe you could speak to kind of why your particular office and how you intend to manage this contract generally. Thanks.
Certainly, through the chair to Member Brawley, it's a good question. And what you've noted is exactly the concern that was raised to us again this year, that this contract needed to live outside of the health department, to have separation between the line of sort of the reporting line for our sheltering contractor. And so we put this structure together in response to that. I'll be assisted in managing the contract by Ms. Brown, because she's really the subject matter expert in the homelessness space within the administration, but the line of reporting will be directly to me and distinct and separate from the health department.
Thank you. And I have a second question, and I don't know if it would be for the manager or another, for our potential contractor. I know that there was also a function of the third-party oversight where it was really direct interaction with clients, so not only observing the operations, but also making sure that clients had a communication line. So I wonder if someone could speak to kind of what the planned services for clients to, if there's a concern or, whatever it is, what that will look like just generally. Thanks.
Can I give this a try? Last year, we notified all the sites that I would be available by phone 24/7. And that gave clients the freedom to be able to call whenever they felt that there was something that was risky or they were concerned about. I would like to continue to do that. Some people claim that's a ridiculous thing for me to do, but you'll find that many people will respect calling you when they need you, not when they want you. So that would be one of the things that I think will be leaned into a lot more this time around, and to have free and open access to the sites so that things can be observed in real time.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate the attention to making that available for folks who will be living on these sites. Thank you.
Ms. Bronga. Oh, wait, Ms. Brown, go ahead.
Yep. And through the chair, Member Brawley, that is correct. What Kathleen has shared is we appreciate the opportunity for clients to have access to the third-party oversight vendor, and that will maintain as a component in the scope of work.
Ms. Bronga.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to give my support to Ms. McLaughlin. The care that I saw at the shelters, and another thing that you didn't mention is your town halls that she did with clients, and opportunity for a group of residents to talk about what was bothering them. One of the things, a couple of the town halls I went to, they were concerned about why this person was getting to move to a hotel, and a lot of those tensions got eased by that process. She's fabulous. I hope you can have open reign, walk in when you need to, see it in real time, and that's the way it's going to work best. One question I have, and I want to just put this on record, is I was contacted today about the lack of shelter licensing, which apparently that passed before I was on the body in 2021, and we are 22 months late on it. And it sounds like if we move forward with shelter licensing, a lot of the role that you're playing, may be eased. But while we don't have shelter licensing, you're filling a really important gap. And I wondered, Ms. Brown, do you know what the timeline is? Or are we going to just drop the shelter licensing part? Or do you think you're going to be taking that up to make shelters have a uniform standards?
Sure.
Thanks.
Through the chair, Member Bronga, I am very happy to report that the team at AHD has been actively working on shelter licensing, and they have licensed 5 shelters so far. and we have just not done a very good job of communicating that. So we will be working with the Housing and Homelessness Committee to make sure that we have a good bit of information to share out during the next meeting.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to look for the specific language, but I can't find it off the cuff here. But it's my recollection that the shelter licensing provision does not account for emergency cold weather shelter. So emergency cold weather shelter, the ones that are stood up temporarily, unless we change it in code, they will never be licensed.
Right, so I have myself in the queue. I think probably this is a question for Ms. Brown. So we heard from RRS that the expectation is that they will have free and open access. But we don't actually have site control under these contracts. We're just giving a pile of money to a third-party vendor who actually has the leaseholds and who actually possesses the site. So in what universe can we guarantee free and open access by the vendor who might be setting up to deliver these services on behalf of the municipality?
Thank you, and I appreciate the question. What we do have the ability to do is to modify our policies and procedures that are a component of the contract for both our congregate and non-congregate providers that ensure what we are working with comports between the third-party oversight vendor as well as with both our congregate and non-congregate providers. So that would include having the town halls, the open communication, the ability to work with clients as well as site access.
Right, so what I imagine is it's midnight, Kathleen gets a call, there's something bad happening, and the vendor says, nope, sorry, you can't come in until tomorrow, sweeps everything under the rug, and then tomorrow there's nothing to be seen here. What's our management practice for seeing ourselves through when that happens, if that happens?
Absolutely, and it is a completely fair and valid question. That is where the administrative process of documenting their failure to comply with the policies and procedures that are included in their contract would help us to move towards separating from that vendor through the normal administrative purchasing process to demonstrate that they are out of compliance with the contract. And if there is a sentinel event, they are required through the contract components to report that to AHD.
Right, but a sentinel event, for those who don't know, is like death or something extraordinary. That's like, but there's a whole grade of things that happen before a sentinel event, and I think most items are going to be in that category, hopefully less than, an absolute disaster.
Yes.
And so is it in the term, well, we'll come to that contract later, but okay, thank you. I want to make sure that Kathleen, RRS, is granted the authority to do the job that we need them to do instead of what we've seen in the past to be constrained by relationships between members of the health department and members of the contractor that made it impossible to do the job, which is how we got ourselves here in the first place. So we'll be having that conversation soon. So anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
No.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Perez Verdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 841-2024 has passed the body. So I think now council has advised also that we take up a reconsideration vote on item 10D2. 10D2 is the actual authorization of the purchase of the structure to the port.
Move to reconsider.
Second.
Mr. Martinez has made a motion to reconsider. Mr. Rivera has seconded, and we urge a no vote. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
No.
Member Salt?
No.
Member Perez Verdia?
No.
On a vote of 0 to 11, and the youth member votes
No.
No, the reconsideration on 10D2 AM 825-2024 has failed. So now I think we're close enough to 8 o'clock that we should get started on the budget public hearings. So we'll call back in Ms. Alatel. All right, we're going to open the first public hearing, item 14A, AO 2024-92, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2025 general government operating budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. This is the general government operating budget. Anyone wish to be heard, please come forward. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, my name is Emily Weiser and I live in Airport Heights. I think I have 3 things to say on this one. First, you'll probably be shocked to hear that I'm really excited about the neighborhood greenways line item under the traffic engineering budget. I've heard a little bit about that from Mr. Coy, and I think it's a great start on getting a more formalized bike network through streets that are already more or less suitable for that. I don't know quite what to suggest for this one, but I would love to see public transportation have more permanent, consistent, reliable funding to grow their operations. I don't know what the mechanism for that would be, but just to put in a plug for that. And then the third thing that I would like to see, I think this would come under PM&E. So they've been talking for, I want to say 10 years or so, about updating the design criteria manual, and that sets the standards for our roads. It was last updated in 2007. I think some progress was made on a draft about 10 years ago. I know they're talking about and starting work on it again. But in the meantime, we've built a lot of roads and we've rebuilt a lot of roads under these old standards that are really out of date. And while this guides the municipality's roads, not the state roads, even so, the state is also operating under outdated standards, and we saw last month, very tragically, the things that can go wrong on our roads that have been built under outdated standards. So I'd really like to see the update to the design criteria manual be made a priority for this year. I don't know if that would be a budget line item, if that would be, maybe an extra staff position would help, maybe just an assembly resolution. But I'd like you to consider that as part of this process as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Eric Billingsley, East Side. Thank you, Mr. Chair and the Assembly members. I am Eric Udrich Billingsley. I'm the President and CEO of United Way of Anchorage. I want to recognize the hard work and the decision-making that went into creating this budget. United Way is an organization dedicated to removing barriers so that everyone can succeed. And one of the biggest barriers to success is not having housing. I'm happy to see an emphasis on helping people immediately find shelter and on short-term rapid rehousing to give them the immediate security they need. These programs are critical parts of the anchored home strategy to help the unhoused and our whole city. But the budget currently lacks funding for permanent supportive housing, a critical strategy of the anchored home plan to make sure that people with the highest needs stay housed. I urge the Assembly to include funding for the permanent supportive housing in the budget. Our Home for Good program project is an established program that can help the municipality provide permanent supportive housing in Anchorage. It is the only Pay for Success program, one of the largest permanent supportive housing projects, and the only housing project with third-party evaluation that shows consistent measurable success. Home for Good identifies individuals that are experiencing the homelessness and use a considerable amount of city resources, generally safety center, EMS, police, or shelter, some of the highest and biggest expenses for the city. Home for Good provides them a safe place to stay and supportive services to keep them stably housed. After philanthropic and municipal funding started the program, it is now sustained by success payments and leverages federal funding and are reinvested in the program to continue it. I urge Assembly to include funding for these payments so they can be reinvested in the program. This money does not disappear into a black hole. It is paying for success and only for success. These success payments allow Anchorage to leverage significant federal funding like Medicaid and housing vouchers. Program participants have achieved 1,700 months of stable housing and have reduced their safety center intakes by 76% and arrests by 63%. In addition, they have become healthier and made countless personal accomplishments. I urge the Assembly to make sure that the critical program is funded in this year's budget. Without it, the Home for Good cannot accept new clients this winter, and Anchorage risks focusing on short-term cycle of shelter that has no way to offer people the support they need to stay housed long-term. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Constant and members of the Anchorage Assembly. For the record, my name is Brian McCutcheon. I'm the Vice President of Behavioral Services at South Central Foundation. South Central Foundation operates the intensive case management program that works with the individuals experiencing severe and persistent mental illness. SCF's case managers often begin working with these individuals while they're experiencing homelessness. SCF's partnership with the Home for Good program provides an avenue for intensive case managers to work with individuals who may be suffering from complex behavioral and medical conditions and get them into permanent supportive housing environment. Through the community commitment to Home for Good, South Central Foundation has been able to leverage federal funding to assist customer owners with complex needs, maintain housing stability, and reduce the use of municipal emergency services. The long-standing organizational partnerships in Home for Good increase the effectiveness of public spending addressing homelessness. Without housing assistance, South Central Foundation's medical and behavioral services divisions cannot fully meet the needs of people experiencing complex challenges, and our community falls short in helping them achieve stability and wellness. Permanent supportive housing is the foundation on which an individual with these complex needs can begin to build a new life. As many of you are aware, South Central Foundation is currently designing and building a crisis stabilization and residential center, along with expanding our detox facility. These programs will serve thousands of Alaskans every year, including likely some in the Home for Good program. However, all the stabilization services we intend to offer and provide may not be able to make a difference to someone who deals with housing insecurity. And while SCF, South Central Foundation, has taken the initial steps to work with the Assembly and apply for alcohol tax grant funding for these crisis services, we encourage the municipality to prioritize the Home for Good program. Permanent supportive housing is that important. The emphasis placed on shelter needs in this alcohol tax budget proposal is commendable. However, the next step after shelter is often the need for permanent supportive housing. In order to keep people stably housed, and Home for Good is a stellar example of supportive housing, we urge the Assembly to make sure that this critical program is funded in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Maybe, would you pull the microphone down?
Sorry.
No, thank you.
Martha N. Bankley, Spinard. And I want to talk about the Home for Good grant program. Here's a poem I wrote. Home for Good, just a new home. You found me all alone, cold, hungry, without clothing, a roof over my own head, without food in my belly, my gut hurt, without shoes on my feet, or a place to lay my own head. Abandoned, on the street, homeless, almost hopeless, not helpless. In need, do any of you still see me, for me? Or you still, let's see, will you want to still know me, shelter me, feed me? And you did. Bring me home for good. You've led me to a new home. Thank you so much for finding me and helping me with a new home for me. I'm also part of South Central Foundation. I'm a recipient of South Central Foundation. Now, the wraparound services for the Home for Good grant program encompass within treating you as a whole person. So on one hand, you have yourself, maybe you fell apart. Now, they treat your physical needs, they treat your mental health needs with wraparound services, including ambulances. You know, ambulance rides, you cut that down when you can get full housing, and I've been a participant since 2021. So I've been fully housed for the last 2 years, but for the first year, they would put me up in inns, homes, motels, you know, various places around town to help keep me stable. I've been stable for the last 2 years. Now, I think the Home for Good grant program encompasses community resources that are provided through even social workers at, say, any hospital, that you can implement this. I think the municipality funds are well within their means of supporting the Home for Good grant program to help end homelessness here in Anchorage, Alaska. I do believe that if you complain about the problem and do nothing to support the problem, you are a part of the problem and not a part of the solution. So, with that being said, would you notice me in a crowd? Would you be found now, then down and out, homeless, helpless, hopeless, not at all selfish? Could you find it within your heart to help me, sparing $1 or $2, a meal, a warm night's sleep that'll keep me safe for a while? Would you help keep me from harm on a cold night? Do you hear my voice? Do you see?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Chamai, I'm Sasha. I'm a concerned citizen of East Anchorage, and I am here to talk about the alcohol tax and being used for public safety. I'm new to learning about the budget, and I feel like I've been having to cram because I feel so concerned about what's happening in our community, and I know you all know what I'm talking about. But what I want to talk about is the money that's being used with the alcohol tax. I listened to the public safety meeting that happened on the 10th, and I heard you all tell Assistant Chief Ben Lewis that the intention for the alcohol tax money was that it's a temporary money to start off programs, and then after a while, they're going to have to find other funding. That was my understanding of watching that particular meeting. While APD is consistently being funded by alcohol tax for the purpose of safety, but if you look at the alcohol tax strategic planning roadmap for safety and well-being, on page 24, there's a score sheet of if it is accomplishing what it's trying to do, and APD is not. There is $550,000 right now proposed for training modules for APD. That money should be going to the fire department and to the mobile integrated health program for their 4 mental health clinicians, their core program, and advanced provider. That's all I have.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Emily Clock. I'm a resident in Midtown. I want to thank Assembly Members Perez Verdia, Brawley, Rivera, Zolotel, and Volland for working towards effective and independent review board so that the community members can have oversight of APD. And I also want to thank Rivera, Zolotel, and Volland for calling on the Assembly to include funding for police oversight in the 2025 budget. There's been over $3 million that has gone to APD from 2021 to 2024 if you look at the alcohol tax. And the proposed budget for APD in 2025 from the alcohol tax includes almost $1.3 million. I don't believe that any of this money should go to APD. Instead, it should go to the Anchorage Fire Department to support the core program that Sasha mentioned, and also some of it should go to planning for Anchorage's independent review board. That money can be used to set up public meetings, provide food and transportation for the public, and also funding for muni staff that can carry and synthesize action items forward so that we can have effective police oversight here in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric Glatt. I live in Rogers Park. I did not anticipate learning today that the funding as requested to continue the Home for Good project hadn't been appropriated in the current budget, so I'm speaking completely off the cuff here. I was, particularly to Assembly members who weren't on the Assembly at the time, I was the project director at United Way when we stood up the Home for Good project. And the Home for Good project is tackling some of the most challenging issues that compound and perpetuate homelessness for far too many people in the community who have very complex needs that need to be addressed in a comprehensive manner, not just bit by bit, piece by piece, when you get around to making an appointment at one location or another location. It really requires a lot of careful attention. And although I'm no longer working at United Way, no longer working on the Home for Good project, my understanding is it has really found its footing and is doing an excellent job providing the kinds of services that the community needs more of, significantly more of, not less. So I very much hope that when the budget goes to the work session, that you all give very serious consideration to continuing the funding for this particular program so that not only, I'll just step back for another second to remind the Assembly members that this was a demonstration project. That's how HUD first got it kick-started. This is an opportunity for us to learn how to do critical work that needs to be done on an even larger scale. So now to go back to what I hope would be my closing thought, I hope that you will, when this goes to the work session, give serious consideration to this project and figuring out how we as a community can learn from the lessons that are being picked up through this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Roger Branson. I'm from District 3, and I'm a longtime mental health advocate. I want to speak in favor of reconsidering or urge the municipality to fund the Home for Good project. I have been on the executive steering committee of that since before COVID, and the good that has been done in the community during that time compounds on each other. One of the first things Home for Good or the Pay for Success model does is leverage philanthropic funds, and the philanthropic organizations often have challenges finding where to invest their funds because politics get involved and control of the money once they make the commitment. Second to that, this project has a double-blind nature in that we have a third-party oversight that reports the facts, and social finance nationally is a cutting-edge ideology that really is starting to take root here. Third to that is this population that we serve is the hardest to reach, the hardest to serve. And if we don't have a diversity of providers or providers that aren't able to survive when the political winds might not be in their favor, or when one group that has favor politically in the moment tries to monopolize. And so during COVID, during some really challenging times, there was a plethora of providers that came through using these services, not just so that the organizations could keep going, but also the staff, the employees themselves would have options on where to go to find folks to work with their clients. And the individuals on the streets, the hardest to serve, had choices on where to receive their services from. This is huge. And I would urge funding the Home for Good project. And I thank you all for the work that we've done. I thank you all for the work we've got ahead of us. And we're going to get there. So thank you.
If you intend to testify, please come down and line up. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Miss Sophia O'Neill, and I reside in Eagle River. Recently, in an Anchorage Daily News article, Patola said this statement: "Everyone is concerned about outmigration and not enough people in the employment pool to draw from." She encouraged that J1 and H1 visas be readily available as much as possible in order to fill the business sector. Now here's the thing. I'm not taking sides, but I point to logic. We're having a housing crisis, and for some time we've had a number of people who come here to work, and if the job does offer housing, they lose the job, the hours are cut for whatever reason, the housing is no longer supplied. Now, if we look at this realistically, yes, businesses need employees. Well, you do have a lot of people who are in their cars, sleeping near the businesses from which they go to and report to work each day, after going to the gym to maintain. I see this. I've seen this for close to 5 years. Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Ms. Patola. I'm trying to point out that before we make statements, we need to do our research. We need to be a little bit more in touch with the realities that Alaska actually faces, and not endanger people by saying, yes, there's work. Yes, come. You'll get a J1, H1, work in our industries. They may make money. But you can make money. But what do you do when there's not availability of housing? Talk to some military families, find out what that's like, especially people who go long periods of time not seeing their families or not able to bring their families here. So all I ask is that before we make statements and we think about one sector, that we think of what the trickle-down effect is. What are the possibilities? Think of the future prospects. Think of what the possible outcomes could be. If you jump to a solution that seems, okay, it'll solve for this sector, without thinking about the ripple effect or the possibilities if it doesn't go perfectly. And then you're stuck. You're stuck with a number of people who did nothing wrong but tried to come and look for work. Tried to come and fill your industries. And then they're a problem. Oh, they lost their job.
So I would just note, a member raised a point of order that
Sure.
the public hearing is on the budget. And so if you're going to testify on future ordinances relating to the budget, we need to keep your testimony tied to the actual budget.
Well, I thought it was relative to the budget because we...
All right, thank you. I just wanted to communicate that someone raised a point of order. Thank you very much. There's
Okay.
someone lined up to testify. Welcome.
Understood.
Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, Jamie Lopez, East Anchorage, formerly Coalition, formerly homeless. I realize testifying up here, I'm getting €1 million in my back, and I am aware of it. The reason I am talking is because I care deeply and passionately about what I've seen, both as a client and also trying to keep people alive last year during the winter. And so as far as the budget's concerned, just to reiterate what the gentleman over here previously said, permanent supportive housing is the goal. But these aren't pine boxes you're building. You need to keep people alive long enough to reach them. And so this is going to be a multi-year process to build enough housing within the city of Anchorage that people can get into. And the numbers obviously are higher than what you think. So my concern here to the Assembly is that maybe somebody needs to revisit and look at this, whether it's a side budget, if you're not going to pass it in this one, but you need to consider how you're going to support people out there. And so, if you look at these things, the political costs and then your social costs, they tend to align. And, when you start to examine it and spend some time on it. But, I've tried to get a meeting with the administration for a better part of 90 days. And unfortunately, I'm not important enough, apparently, to get a meeting, even though I'm pretty much the only one going to camps at all hours. And so I hope you consider this because a lot of the time people don't leave the area that they're in because people steal. And so if you're doing warming shelters and they're not on site, a lot of people aren't going to leave the area for fear that they're going to lose all their belongings and possessions. Likewise with food, if you supply people food, there's less incentives to steal or less incentives to go into neighborhood or, just theft from grocery stores. And so these are things that, you should consider and have a larger discussion about. And if you want to listen, I'm willing to have a discussion. But I'll try not to take out a lot of time here. I just hope you think about it this year. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard on the first public hearing of the budget? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. Just for the interest of the public on this item, there will be a second public hearing on our meeting of 11/6, and it is a completely new public hearing, which means you're welcome to testify a second time. So next we have item 14B, first public hearing, ordinance AO 2024-93, an ordinance adopting the 2025 General Government Capital Improvement Budget. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello again, my name is Emily Weiser and I live in Airport Heights. For the capital improvement budget, there's a number of things I was really excited to see for my neighborhood, including repaving the Sitka Street Park Trail. That is probably currently the worst trail to ride a bike on in Anchorage. And the kicker right now is that the alternate route to that path, which goes along the south side of 15th as you're approaching Fairview from Airport Heights, the alternate route is the sidewalk on the north side, which is also slated for some badly needed work. That has been flooding. There's a sewer cover or something that's overflowing, and that results in the sidewalk becoming completely covered in ice in the winter. That was extremely treacherous last year. So that project is also up in the capital budget, which I was glad to see. That project noted the dangers to drivers, but I would argue that it's even more dangerous for pedestrians. So I hope that project makes it into the budget. So I'm also really excited to see the Denali Street corridor in Midtown is in the PM&E capital budget as well, to remake that into a pedestrian/bike friendly route to emphasize safety and accessibility. That is a key route through Midtown that I use often kind of grudgingly, just because it's the best option out of a lot of really bad options. So it'll be excellent to see that improved. For public transportation on this one, there wasn't a whole lot of detail about the plans for this. One thing I noticed this year is bus shelters disappearing, and I understand that's because they are no longer feasible to maintain, but it's really, really, really nice to have a shelter if you're waiting for the bus in the rain or the snow. So I hope many of those can reappear, and even adding them to other bus stops that haven't had them in the past. And finally, I'm super excited about the major boost to traffic calming in the traffic engineering capital budget. I know we talked about this last year as well, with a lot of neighborhoods request traffic calming. There's a whole waiting list, so it'll be really great to make some inroads on that this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric Glatt. I live in Rogers Park. It occurs to me that the capital improvement budget would be an excellent place for the municipality to start preparing to designate areas where people who do not have shelter can legally reside in a more orderly fashion than they currently are provided for by the municipal code, which is nowhere. Currently, the municipal code leaves it to people to commit a Class A misdemeanor trespass if they cannot secure shelter for themselves. That means every unsheltered homeless person in Anchorage is by definition, according to the code, a criminal. The only way someone who is homeless and unsheltered in Anchorage could avoid that would be by leaving Anchorage. It is beyond time that the Assembly amended the code so that people who do not have shelter or housing for themselves can legally reside somewhere in this community. The capital budget provides an opportunity to start laying that foundation. Thank you.
All right, we have a couple of people on the phone list. Why don't we call the first one?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Schwer, this is the Anchorage Assembly. We're taking testimony on our capital improvement budget, general government. You signed up to testify.
Marisha?
Tobias Schwer.
My wife is out taking a steam bath.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Maybe
fine.
about Coventry Drive? Okay, we'll go ahead and call the second person. Thank you.
Your call has been...
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on the first public hearing of the general government capital improvement budget? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on that item is now closed. The first public hearing, second public hearing will be held at the meeting of 11/6. Next, we have item 14C, first public hearing, AO 2024-94, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2025 municipal utilities enterprise activities operating budgets and the 2025 municipal utilities enterprise activities capital improvement budgets. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. The first public hearing, second public hearing will be held on 11/6. Next is item 14D, first public hearing, AO 2024-95, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2025 operating and capital budgets for Anchorage Community Development Authority. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. We'll have a second public hearing at the meeting of 11/6. Next is item 14E, first public hearing, AR 2024-306, a resolution adopting the 2025 to 2030 General Government Capital Improvement Program. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, the first public hearing on this item is now closed. Second public hearing will be on 11/6. Next, we have item 14F, first public hearing, resolution AR 2024-307, a resolution adopting the 2025 to 2030 6-year fiscal program, office management and budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, first public hearing on this item has been closed. We'll have the second public hearing on this item on 11/6. Final public hearing item for the night, item 14G, first public hearing, resolution AR 2024-308, a resolution approving the 2025 to 2030 municipal utilities enterprise activities capital improvement programs. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, first public hearing on this item is now closed. Second public hearing will take place on 11/6. Thank you. So that brings us now to item 10D9. Ms. Zalatel.
Hi. Like the other items related to homelessness, including the third-party oversight contract previously that I was out of the room for, this is related to my job as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, and I would ask to be excused.
It is found that you do have a personal interest in this contract, so we we'll say thank you for being here tonight. Next, we have 10D9, Assemblymember AM 841-2024, recommendation of award of contract to Henning Inc. for non-congregate shelter services for the municipality. RFP not to exceed $3,711,960. So there is no motion.
Motion to approve?
Second. Was that Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Moved by Mr. Salt, seconded by Mr. Johnson. You want to speak to it, Mr. Salt?
Sure. So this is less about Henning than more about our path on homeless shelter. So I believe in Henning. I think they've been successful in providing work for the homeless, placing homeless through master leasing agreements. The operators have lived experience, and that's all I'll say about Henning. From my point of view, is when do we get tired of the spend with nothing in return or very little progress? We provide rooms, we provide beds, we provide 3 meals a day. There's families in Anchorage that are trying to make it, who struggle to pay rent, struggle to put food on the table, struggle to get their kids to school, that, in my opinion, deserve our help as well. And I'd like to see more of our funds go to them to provide that solution or more permanent solutions. I personally have issues with 3 meals a day. I have issues with providing, I think it's 250 congregate beds and another 400 non-congregate beds. I always am concerned, I've said in the past, I'm concerned that we're being taken advantage of. I'd like to see stays limited in our turn increase, which reduces the number of beds we have to provide, but also puts pressure on us to get people housed more rapidly and find those solutions and triage. And then again, 3 meals a day, I would rather see one, at the most one, and a bag lunch during the daytime to encourage people to get out, to look for work, to look for services to improve their situation. Thank you.
Mr. Boland.
Thank you. So we received a memo from the Ombudsman that made a recommendation to delay this to a special meeting. And I think I'm interested in following that recommendation. So I don't have a date in mind, but I think I will make the motion to postpone to a special meeting.
Second for discussion.
So there's a motion to continue this to a special meeting made by Mr. Boland and seconded by Ms. Bradley. Mr. Boland.
I'm sure that folks today had opportunity, well, today or in the days leading up to today, opportunity to hear the perspective of our municipal attorney and also the perspective of the Ombudsman. I think we've had a lot of discussion as a body over this contractor, and I think it might merit a special discussion where we're able to hear. I don't see Daryl here tonight, or for me, I want to, take a pulse on my colleagues and see where you are with that. I mean, if the motion to postpone fails, that's okay, but I think this does merit some discussion, and I could potentially even see an executive session happening. So that's just my perspective. Thank you.
Marilyn France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had put myself in the queue to speak to the motion, but actually I would like to ask Ms. Gardner, the municipal attorney, if she would go ahead and address some of the issues raised here.
Thank you. So my understanding of the Ombudsman's memo is that the request was for the municipal attorney's office to provide an opinion on the potential ethical conflict issue. And We have provided an opinion. I'm not sure if all members had an opportunity to see it, but the short version is that our interpretation of the ethics code as it is currently drafted and the language that's in there today, based on a review of the legislative history, I think from 2017 when the current version was enacted, going back to 2006 where the provision at issue on the definition of what is a matter that creates a conflict that would bar, that would create an issue. That was created in 2006. We examined the legislative history for that and also looked at case law interpreting a state statute from which that language was borrowed, and our interpretation of matter does align with what the Board of Ethics had previously concluded. So to the extent it's helpful to members, I do not expect our legal opinion to change. If there is a desire for an executive session or another meeting to discuss that opinion in more detail, very happy to do that, but we have closely looked at this issue from a legal perspective.
Okay, I will withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, on the withdrawn motion or on the main motion?
It was on the withdrawn motion.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. I'll take myself out of the queue for now and put myself back in later.
Ms. Bronco.
So the motion to withdraw is gone, and so this is the main motion. And I am going to speak on it in just that it feels to me that we're batting this group back and forth, back and forth. We know that they are a second chance employer. My good friend who's a physician works with people who have been in Highland Correctional Center. She was very proud that one of them is newly employed with Hennings. And I love that they have employees that have been there, that can empathize with the clients that they're working with. And do they do everything perfect? No. But I tell you, I think they do a lot of things right. And I wish we would just move on. I agree with a lot of the things that Member Salt said about, trying to do better with moving people along. But right now we're talking about this shelter contract, and I feel like we just need to get this approved.
I have myself in the queue. Ms. Gardner, yeah, thank you. Ms. Gardner, when you presented the question to the Ethics Board, did you share with them the text messages that were part of the communications that were updated by AIM into the record?
I did not personally. Deputy Municipal Attorney Joseph Yusa covered part of that meeting for me because it was Rosh Hashanah.
Right, and so no, he didn't. I spoke with him. He did suggest that there were some records. I want to read from one of those text messages. It says, and this is from Ms. Johnson when she worked at the health department. I got an assembly resolution with your name on it if you succeed. Also, I'm getting you 10% admin fee, Sean. Quote, we don't work for free. When Ms. Johnson worked for the health department, she was we with Henning. Now she is we with Henning. The consideration that was made by the ethics board was missing key factual information. I don't believe that they had an opportunity to review the true facts of this question because they didn't have the full record before them. The record is here. We, according to Ms. Johnson, before she was hired by Henning, was one body and after. I have a whole bunch of thoughts on this question, and I get the position that Ms. Brown and the team is trying to get people housed and off the streets. And so I don't care to persuade anyone else on this body which way you should vote. Your consciences are all good. Everybody serving on this body is honorable. But at this point, there is established enough record that the relationship between the health department and the contractor was a matter well beyond just the simple act of putting forward a funding question onto the agenda. It was substantial, it was deep, it was embedded. We heard from our third-party oversight contractor that there were relationship issues that made it impossible to provide third-party oversight because there was a screen within the department that made sure everything that came forward made it to the right place so no record would be established to demonstrate that this vendor had problems. Now, I get it. People want to say, let's just move forward. We got to just get these people served. I totally get that. But I'm at the point where I'm looking at the facts before us, and the facts before us tell me that this vendor is positioned where they are because of an ethical problem in violation of our code, that the ombudsman was pretty plain that separate from what the ethics board had reviewed is before us now. That's the beginning of all of this for me. Now, I have heard that the actual line staff providing services for this contractor are doing a good job. I have heard that from people I trust. But it's not so much the line staff I'm concerned about, it's the management. And I don't know how we manage a contractor when they have such a demonstrated history of this kind of performance. And so, I am not trying to persuade you. You do what you do, but I cannot vote yes on this item. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have a slightly different perspective on the ethics question, and that is, I think the Board of Ethics and the municipal attorney are somewhat correct in their interpretation, and I think the ombudsman is somewhat correct in their interpretation. But I think in the end, we are the final arbiters of that ethics question, and we get to decide whether there is a violation of the ethics code or not. And so by our vote on this item, I think we will likely be making that determination whether we believe there is an ethics issue or not. For my part, I lean on the side that there is not a significant ethical issue as it relates to the one question that was asked with regard to the formal municipal employee. I think there's all different kinds of other ethical issues, but on that narrow scope, I don't believe there is one for this. I will be begrudgingly supporting this item, I think in large part because, one, the contract is significantly scaled down from 400 beds down to 200 beds, and that eases my mind a little bit. And then really the more significant part is that we just approved not long ago a separate contract for third-party oversight that I feel is going to have a much higher degree of independence than what we saw last year. And I fully expect RS and the administration to do their job when it comes to providing oversight for Henning, and we should not be afraid of pulling the plug if we need to with Henning. That's difficult because who else is going to provide that service? I mean, the administration has put out RFPs, and I think there were only 2 folks who submitted to that RFP. So I think it's going to be, and I think the second one we're going to be seeing in November. So our options are limited as a community. So that's one thing for anyone listening. If anyone wants to help expand our options of providers in the community who are willing to do this service, I think that would be wonderful. So we don't have to, frankly, and disrespectful or not, got to say it, so that we don't have to work with this operator anymore. At least when it comes to congregate shelter, non-congregate shelter. So I will, like I said, begrudgingly be supporting this item and hope that they will be able to do the job. Thank you.
Ms. Bronco.
I just wanted to share another thing that I learned recently. A former Muni employee asked to meet with me. She was involved with budget for the municipality, and she talked with me about working with Sean Hayes and how impressed she was with, it was when they were sheltering at the Sullivan Arena, and she thought she saw something going on that was not good, and she went to my friend and asked, what do I do? And anyway, it really showed, she was so impressed with her character. She had seen that someone was overcharging for something that was going on at the Sullivan, and she called him out on it. And so I just want to share that I think there are some extremely hardworking and good people that are there. And if the issue is leadership, maybe we should ask leadership to speak as to, their appropriateness of leading or, I know that Ms. Johnson would come up if you have any questions for her. I think they're ready to go, and I think we shouldn't be messing around with this contract.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Question for the administration. I see that the period of performance starts 2 days from now. We know it's getting cold out, snow's imminent, whether we like it or not. What would the consequence be if this memo does not pass tonight?
Through the chair, Member Johnson, it's a really good question. I mean, I think that it's clearly not lightly that we haven't brought this forward lightly, clearly, because we understand there have been questions about this vendor in the past. As was noted in the discussion, there were one other bidder in response to the RFP, and we're working on a multi-party solution to this. So there really are not, at this point, other options to go forward. So this would result in a delay in operationalizing shelter for the winter, if not a limited number of available beds for the winter because of the lack of other opportunities to find resources to provide this service. So what we've endeavored to do is to be responsive to all the concerns by routing questions to the ethics board, by putting the third-party oversight contract in place, by taking every step we can to make sure we have a responsible party operating this winter. But there are very real consequences in terms of the services that we need to provide this winter if we aren't able to move forward with this contract tonight.
So just to make sure I follow that, what we're saying is if this does not pass, people who would be sheltered, assuming it's adopted, would be left out in the cold. I mean, that's sort of my high-level takeaway from this, and I take the consequence of that very seriously. And I will just say for my part, while there may be some outstanding and unresolved ethics questions that, perhaps we could interrogate at a later date, based on the information I've been presented and the ruling by the Board of Ethics and also by the municipal attorney, with the information I have at hand today, I have to say that I do not have the information to believe that there is a conflict. So I support this based on what we've been given and also just given the gravitas. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley hasn't spoken, so.
Yeah, thank you. I also feel torn, and I really appreciate Mr. Rivera's comments in particular, because I share those concerns. But like Mr. Johnson, I also see that that we don't have a lot of other options. It does strike me that the comment that we need to vote on this or else there'll be significant delays sounds like last year. But I do appreciate that the differences between last year and this year are some of the other oversight steps that you all have taken or trying to find other options. And I just know that there aren't that many in the community. And so I will also be a very begrudging yes vote on this because I do know that there are serious consequences to allowing people to remain outside and not have warm shelter in the winter. However, I do think we need to do better, and I do continue to be concerned about the amount of effort and funding we are putting into shelter versus housing. Again, knowing that we have a shortage of housing, but the goal should be that we are doing as little as possible with shelter and that someone can stay somewhere, not just 30 days, not just 90 days, but a full year or beyond in permanent housing. But I know that's the goal. That's not necessarily the reality that we are in right now. But I will, like last year, be looking at the third-party oversight reports every week. I expect that we will be getting them again like we did last time, and very hopeful that we will see better outcomes. But I will also say at one of these properties is in West Anchorage, the Alex Hotel. It's actually very close to my own house. And I will report that there were, I guess, maybe isolated concerns that may or may not have been related to that property, but that overall I heard pretty good things about the Alex, both from folks living there and the surrounding area. So I do at least appreciate that that there was from at least some reports, decent operations there, and people were able to move on to housing. So I guess I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Youth Member Bell.
So whether or not there are potential ethical issues, I think is really important to consider. But if we do not have to be afraid of pulling the plug, as Mr. Rivera so aptly put it, then we should move forward with this contractor in order to provide support to the people who need it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe in and approved or voted in favor of the oversight that we have, and I believe they will provide the oversight we need, which helps ease the fears of this. I do believe that Henning as a contractor was very successful last year in placing homeless into permanent housing, something that I don't think we saw in prior years. And with regards to the ethics concern, I don't know the text message as well as perhaps Mr. Constance does, but I do believe there may have been an ethics issue at the time. I don't recall that Henning responded back with an ethics concern. It's similar if someone sent you an inappropriate text. There's not much you can do about that. It's how you respond to that. And this RFP is separate than that contract, than that operation, and it's being renewed under new circumstances, a new RFP, and we have to take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to square a couple things. Number one being, I don't know, I almost feel like it's being suggested to be ethically flexible in the name of expediency, and I'm just not sure how comfortable I am with that. Number two, while I appreciate the fact that there are limited operators and therefore limited responses, this is not the only operator in Anchorage. For myself, I do find the Ombudsman's memo compelling, and I just want to read an excerpt of it so that the public can hear. During the winter of 2023-2024, the Ombudsman's office received almost weekly complaints from residents of shelter facilities managed by Henning, including allegations of physical assaults, verbal abuse, and theft of property by Henning staff. All those complaints were referred to Ms. Johnson at the Anchorage Health Department for fair and impartial investigation. Our office was troubled when a string of inappropriate and unprofessional text exchanges between Ms. Johnson and Henning staff were revealed earlier this year. The text messages demonstrate a less than professional relationship between Ms. Johnson and Henning staff and raise doubts in our minds whether the allegations by persons residing in facilities managed by Henning had been fairly and impartially investigated. The text laid bare the nature of the relationship between Ms. Johnson and Henning and provided context for concerns that have been expressed regarding that relationship. So, given that, I feel like I cannot support awarding this contract. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Brawley's comments brought to mind some comments that I forgot to make earlier, which is around the sort of long-term, year-to-year provision. And I totally understand folks are tired every year of having to spend millions and millions of dollars on winter shelter. For my part, I have been fairly consistent that there are two metrics for me which, if they go in the right direction, and can make me comfortable spending dollars year after year on emergency cold weather shelter. And those two metrics are that the number of unsheltered individuals goes down year after year. I think we've seen that. There's different interpretations of those numbers, but I do think that we have seen that year after year, the number of unsheltered individuals go down. And then the number of consequently, because of that, the number of dollars that we should be spending on emergency cold weather shelter should be going down. And so I was very happy to see that the number reduced from, I think it was 9.7 in the original to 3.7 now, of course, going down by half in terms of the actual service. But assuming that the other item that comes before us in November is roughly around the same dollar value at 3.7 or so, I do believe that that is going to be a reduction in the amount of dollars that we spend year over year. So just for my part, those are the two sort of metrics that I look at to see, are we going down the right path or not? And I've fairly consistently told my constituents, this is just something that we are going to have to spend money on, and we're going to have to fork it over. But things are incrementally getting better. Thank you.
I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. On that note, Mr. Ware, I think last year we went from $100 a day to this year $125 a day per person. So I actually don't think there's a reduction in expenses. My math could be wrong. But there was a statement made by you that ultimately we could pull the plug, but the way that these contracts are structured, there ain't no pulling this plug until the end of May because of how it is. So we make this deal, we are in it with them through the end. To Ms. Gardner, I just gonna rehash a little bit of a very early conversation we had in which there was a utilitarian decision made that was, there's no real value in pursuing a conclusive investigation on the allegations against Henning because the previous investigation we know was faulty for any number of reasons, including the influence of members of this team who were then inside of the municipality, but they had said they weren't bidding, and what was going to come of that, because we just need to move forward. And so we didn't do a comprehensive analysis of the allegations that was credible. Instead, we just kind of put a cover over the fact that we can't look back. Well, now here we are. We have a vendor that has no mark against them because we didn't do an investigation that meaningfully got to the question. And so, and I don't have ill feelings towards your department because of that decision. I understood it then and why, but here we are now facing the consequence of that decision in that we have a vendor, they bid very high, but they were the only one, or the only one that the administration decided was qualified at the time. And now we have a decision that is, if you don't do this, you're responsible for people being homeless. It's a very difficult place to be in because there is no true record to capture what happened because the previous administration had no interest. They only wanted to put up a smokescreen long enough for this process to begin. So I have a lot of feelings about this. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate all my colleagues and the thoughtful remarks that I've heard tonight. I just wanted to add a few. I've first of all, just in response to whether the actions of this particular organization impacted or there's a record. I think there is a record. It's clear that they're on high alert for me at least, and I think for a lot of us. And I would have preferred that we had a different vendor and that vendor would have come forward and we would have been able to go with a different organization. But we are where we are, and I think we put in place the guardrails to ensure that they perform well, and if they don't, then we hold them accountable for that. And I also think that they are serving one piece of a larger continuum of services that we have throughout our city. So I like others, begrudgingly will vote yes on this. I think that we will be watching them very closely. It's an opportunity for them to really shine and prove us wrong. But I think the record is clear in terms of what happened previously, and I think that that's not going away. And so moving forward, I'll be, and I think many of us will be watching closely. and making sure that we don't have what happened before happen again. So I just wanted to put on the record that I will be approving this. I trust the administration that they have done their due diligence and that they are going to provide the kind of oversight necessary to ensure that we have quality service in our city. So with that, I just encourage my colleagues to approve this and move forward. Thank you.
Ms. Braga, you've already spoken twice to the question. So Ms. Bell, or Youth Member Bell.
So if we do not move forward with this contractor, how long approximately would the delay be until we could find a different contractor? Would it be till the dead of winter or sometime sooner?
I think the purchasing would say about a month or 6 weeks. It would be a while. Is that a fair number? I mean, just from a standard procurement process, 4 to 6 weeks. I see nodding heads from people who know more than I do.
Mr. Chair, might I speak briefly to that in response?
Yep.
I think that there are a couple different pieces to that answer, right? We're working on a second, so part of the goal here was to bring a second vendor to the table and actually have a diversity of vendors offering this service. Part driven by this concern, we can hopefully bring multiple vendors to the table here. So if this is not approved, there is a second, we are working toward a second contract which would partially address the demand for shelter beds this winter in a non-congregate setting, but not fully. So we would have to go out to bid potentially again for this portion of the beds that are slated to be provided by this vendor. And then we're back to what Mr. Constant noted, we would have to go through another RFP process that would take 3 or 4 weeks, and then we'd also see who we actually have in response. I mean, the challenge here, as noted already, was the limited number of respondents to the original RFP, so it would be a question of whether there are other respondents, even with the additional time.
All right, the moment of truth is before us. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Myers?
He is excused.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Presverdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 8-2 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that contract is awarded. That concludes our agenda tonight. We will now have audience participation. Anyone wish to be heard? Come, please state your name, what town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Jamie Lopez, formerly Coalition, formerly Homeless. I'm not going to take any sides here with respect to any contractors or whatsoever. What I can tell you is this point in time last year, the contract for non-congregate was already passed. And so it is getting cold outside, and there is the concept of collateral damage. And whether or not you agree or disagree on whoever contractor you're selecting, there is a clock ticking, and next week it's going to be 20 degrees. And so the fact is, certain people are going to get frostbite. Certain people might die. I've seen people die. I've seen people get frostbite. And the question is, you don't have to necessarily like someone, but maybe you do due diligence down the road, or, you pass somebody to check in on the contractor that you currently have right then and now. My concern is also how you're going to sign people up for emergency cold or shelter. Last year, what you had is you had 2 different ways. One was you called 868-5329, that went straight to Henning. 9 to 5 p.m., somebody picks up the phone, maybe it's busy, it's voicemail full. And, you were telling people to do this in the middle of September. It took place for a month. Anyways, it was around that time. And so the fact is, you're telling people that are homeless, phones lost, broken, stolen, not charged, assuming you can afford the phone service at all. When ACP was there, that was a possibility. Now you have Lifeline and GCI, like they force you to pay $10 a month. So there really are not an abundance of public phones out there. The other way that you could sign up was, Coalition. I might have been out there at Tent City and signing people up, and then those results went back to Coalition. Then you had these 2 lists. They, merged, and partial algorithm was supposed to select. And that's how it's done, and I look at it that way. Again, half the time, people don't know what day it is, let alone what time of day it is, because if you don't have this little device telling you, you're looking at, your sundial to tell you what time it is. And so half the time, people are not even showing up at the pop-up events. And again, so I was going off the reservation, signing people up to 2 a.m., taking food supplies, tablet in hand, and doing that. And so some of the numbers for HMIS may be low because I'm not out there doing it this time. And so the point I'm trying to get at is hopefully you have somebody going out there and they're not just going 9 to 5 because people work. Sometimes people leave and sometimes they come back. And so you're already behind the clock right now by at least a month, and people are going to suffer as a result of it. I've come across a number of people, they don't even know how to sign up for emergency shelter, and they're not going to be going far from the areas they're in. So if I could ask that you please get a plan, get it in place quick, and then execute it because it's getting cold outside. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Pull that mic down.
Hello.
Would you pull that? There you go.
I'm
Perfect.
short. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. Miss Sophia O'Neill, resident of Eagle River. I'm going to bring up something that you may or may not be informed about in relation to the voting. It affects voting, rather, sorry. And that is address confidentiality programs. This is something that very much needs to be looked into, and I'll explain why. You see, the issue of domestic violence has been touched on quite a bit, especially with a very good presentation done by the Housing and Homeless Committee with what demographics are covered, and I encourage the public very much to go and check out their presentations that were presented. And I'll get into the specifics of why I bring this up. You see, many states, including Alaska, because Alaska does not have this program, allow information from voter registration and driver's licenses to be accessible by the public. So you see, batterers often search public records to obtain their victims' physical addresses in order to stalk them. The states that operate address confidentiality programs provide victims of domestic violence, and in some cases stalking and assault, with a legal substitute address to prevent their perpetrators from using public records to track them. Now, this is an entire demographic that will not turn out to the polls, that will not sign up for certain programs, because if your information is updated, if your information is shared, you're sure not going to participate. You're going to do without and perhaps resort to much more desperate means in order to survive, some honorable, some not. Judge not. Do you not know what these people have been through? Both males and females, entire families are affected by this problem. And it's something that needs to be looked into. I mean, if you look at the housing and homeless program that was presented at City Hall, you will see how great a demographic the percentages it actually involves. And then you'll realize, oh, if we don't attend this, that's a fairly high percentage that isn't going to turn out to vote. And that will affect other things as well. What you all have to understand is that there is always the pebble in the pond that causes the ripple effect. And you need to be more aware of these nuances, which I spoke of the very first time I ever stood before all of you on October 27th last year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Ronald Leva. I repeated, represented by all of you, live in Rogers Park, businesses downtown, and in Fairview. And the one specifically for 42 years is the auction business. And I'm going to give you a little history that I've had the contract with the school district, the municipality, LESCA, for 42 years. Every time I submit a bid, if I lose it, I immediately ask, let me see the other bids. They get published. The security bid is published. There are 6 bidders. You look at what you left on the table and how can you improve the next time you bid. An RFP came out. It wasn't awarded in the standard 10 days, allowing 45 to come up to the requirements of the contract. It was negotiated for 65 days with no notice going out that it's been awarded. It was by discovery. And this particular auctioneer who won the contract, after he was awarded the contract, there's a buyer's premium. You get a commission from the city, and then there's a buyer's premium, kind of like in real estate. The seller pays, the buyers pay, and it's who you're representing. And the buyer's premium is a commission that if it's allowed to be charged by the seller, then you can keep it. With the municipality, you must turn in all the money. So if you sell something for $10,000 and you charge a 20% buyer's premium, you turn in $12,000, and then the commission you bid at 10%, 15, 20 is charged against the invoiced amount. And that's how it's determined. That's how this RFP came out. Now, I'm going to tell you that I'm working with purchasing, I'm working with EVA, but it was a very slow process that it took me 7 months to see the bid, not the points evaluation. That's meaningless. And there must have been at least 6 people turn this file over and never addressed my request. Now with the piling, that was outrageous because that's a $7.5 million asset that the commission on that one sale, 2 lots, exceeded the cap on this contract, which is normally $125,000 to $150,000 before they have to come back to the assembly and ask you to extend it. Now, there was no transparency here, so I'm going to go into detail, but I'm not going to let it drop. Do you have any questions?
Not at this time, Ron.
I'll be back.
Thank you. We have one person to call.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Strezak, this is the Anchorage Assembly. We're taking audience participation right now.
Hi.
You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
My name is Sherry Strezak. I'm from Chugach, District 2. Mark Littlefield and Scott Myers are district representatives on the Assembly. We are in an exciting race this year between Harris and Trump for president, and also U.S. Congress between Begich and Peltola. There was recently an issue that came down with poll watchers in different areas. That came out with the Alaskan Republican Party receiving notice from Division of Elections that at certain locations, poll watchers would still be allowed until they were able to figure out the ambiguous law. So in the meantime, only at those specific locations will poll watchers be allowed. We also have some information on ranked choice voting that is very interesting. A lot of people say that ranked choice voting allows you to vote for anybody that you want, but it also says it splits the vote. This can leave Peltola vulnerable to more votes going to the Republican candidate, Nick Begich. Even David Fox of the Elias Law Group in Washington, D.C., who specializes in ballot access issues, addressed this. And he said ballot issues can cast a dark cloud over election integrity. One thing I hope that we can see that they did in the Mat-Su borough is possibly adopt hand counting to bring in more of the community involvement in this process. We may obviously not be seeing this anytime soon, but maybe we can start addressing it. And I think that's one great way we can do that on the Assembly and maybe in our municipality as well. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? All right, we'll move to member comments. Mr. Prisverdia? No. Mr. Salt?
No comments.
Thank you. Member Bell?
No comments.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley?
Thanks. Just one thing on a lighter note. Next Thursday is Halloween. There will be an event, Trick or Treat Fish Creek, on Thursday, October 31st, which is Halloween, 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. It will happen all along Fish Creek Trail from Barbara Street Park down to Fish Creek Park in Spenard. It's hosted by Spenard Community Council and a lot of other great organizations, but we are organizing to have an assembly table there, so all members are welcome. Right now it'll be myself, Mr. Voland, and Mr. Perez-Verdia, but I also know there's a lot of Halloween events happening across town, so understand if you're sticking in your own district. And also thank you to Legislative Services for helping us with logistics. Just spread the word if anybody on the west side would like to, or really anybody from across the city would like to come and trick or treat on the trail. Thank you.
Mr. Voland?
Thank you. The theme of the assembly table is going to be Wizards of Denali Street. So if you want to wear your wizard robes or bring your magic wands, more than welcome to join us. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
Chair, and I would note that Member Brawley and Member Volan are color coordinated tonight, so I think that they take the seasonal holiday coordination very strong, so it might be a fun time to trick or treat with them. But I did want to say, Chair, just another word of appreciation to the administration and to my colleagues, and a reminder to the public, we are imperfect people working with imperfect tools, trying the best that we can to solve problems that are way more complex than any tool that we have in our toolbox. And I greatly appreciate the work that this body does and the deliberative nature and the spirit of let's just try to get some good done. And I think we've done some good tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Just to say that I appreciate Member Martinez's comments.
Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will encourage folks to attend this weekend. There are a couple of events. I just want to highlight the grand opening of the Equity Center is going to be happening on Saturday at 1 o'clock. Very exciting to see that finally open. And then this Sunday at 7 p.m. there is the Alaska Black Caucus Community Dialogue, where I have been told that Project Anchorage will be a big highlight in that discussion. So I want to encourage folks to attend. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Littlefield?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to do a shout out. I took the opportunity to go vote today, and the smiling faces behind the desk and everybody that's there to support what we do in this environment in Alaska is a great thing. They're great people, and I just want to say congratulations to them and thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Braga?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to call out, if you've been following the diving board debacle at Bartlett Pool, there is a Parks Commission meeting at 6 p.m. tomorrow at Spenard Rec Center, where the Parks Commission is going to listen in on the issue. And also tomorrow is Downtown Hope Center is sponsoring Americans with No Address event at 7 p.m. at the library, LUSAC Library. Thanks.
All right, with that, I would say motion to adjourn is in order.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. We are adjourned.